Titanic, are you ready?
I am ready. It's 11:45.
No, Titanic, I said, are you
ready?
I had to do it, man, just for you.
Oh, I appreciate it.
I had to. I just had to do it. You were like, how are we going to start the show today? And I'm like, I'm going to make a fool of myself. I'm going to go Triple H on his ass, and we're going to have some fun.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the most boring show on earth.
Keep the slutty sister comments to yourself today.
Yeah, she kind of just busted me out about that right when we was going live.
I know, right? I had to get you on that one, too. I got my... But no, the Triple H.
Oh, she's already on there. She said hi.
She's already on there. Good deal.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Good morning, girl. See, I can see her comment too. Oh, well, okay. I don't know. All right, we are live and we are getting ready to start our Super Show. The first day is Saturday, of course. Super Show Saturday and then Super Show Sunday. We got lots and lots to do, man. And I wasn't nervous until the red light went on. Let me just tell you that.
Look, I didn't get nervous until you asked me if I was nervous.
I know, right?
But I was up at 6 o'clock this morning. I had to play video games.
Well, see, I got up at 10. I've still got remnants on my lunch here. This is my Mexican leftover from last night. Dinner and lunch was brought to me by Las Margaritas in Hammond, Louisiana. Thank you, guys. Best fucking Mexican restaurant you'll ever eat at down here. If you're down in Louisiana, go to Hammond and check them out. I'm going to show off my finds real quick, and then I will send the link over to our first guest. And I'm going to start with this one because me and you were talking about this one off camera. This is the Mid-Atlantic Championship. This is like the record book of all the champions, all the championships that they had, all of the designs that they had. And we talked about that one because somebody just had to steal that design. You got an answer for me?
Tony Khan.
Oh, my God.
Go figure.
He's a bigger Mizark than some people I know. But, and I say this, damn it, I hit the, hey, it's okay. Man, if the camera could zoom in, I'd be down here on the floor doing the Shawn Michaels this morning because I got my braid in. I'm in a good mood. We're ready to go. But I saved this book for last because this book kind of relates to our first guest today. Now, this is Goldust, of course. This is his crossroads story from when he was in WWE. He talks a lot about everything that went on in his life. I wish he'd write another book. I just finished reading Pat Patterson's book, and let me tell you, I'll probably have to do an episode on that because that was an emotional roller coaster. Even though
I'm sure he wrote that when he was starting to be sober up.
Probably. I hope.
It would help.
Yeah. You talking about Dustin or Pat?
Yeah, Dustin.
Dustin? Oh, yeah. No, I don't think he was starting to be sober when he wrote this one. I think he was maybe, yeah. Let me look at the year on this thing.
Looks like there's a lot of pages.
There are a lot of pages. I like reading big books. I'm reading Tyrus's book now. Tyrus Smash from the NWA, who is the television champion. He signed my television belt for me, personalized the book to me, and I'm reading that book now. It's been a good read, a really good read. Shout out to Tyrus and his beautiful wife and family. They do watch the show some, and man, his story is one that if you don't know anything about this guy, read his book. Like, he draws you in, man. It's like Pat Patterson's, man. It was a roller coaster ride there. And Pat's kind of teared me up a little bit. I don't get emotional, but I knew Pat. I had got to work with, like I said, I worked refereed dark matches and stuff for WWE when I was a lot younger, back in the day when you could get away with shit like that. And, man, just reading Pat's book, he went through a tough time. And I'll say poor Tyrus, he's got one of them lives that if me and him sat down, we could really tell some stories. And they probably wouldn't be good for YouTube because the shit that he's had to go through and things like that. But if you get a chance, read Tyrus's book, Pat Patterson's book. I approve them, man. They're great reads. My wife actually just bought me seven books this morning on Amazon that'll be here in the next few weeks. They're not wrestling related though. They're New Orleans mystery style books. So there's that. So you got anything you want to talk about this morning?
I'm ready to get it with the first guest.
Let's keep the Slutty Sister comments down today.
We will. That's for tomorrow. That's for tomorrow.
Okay. Today it's about business. Tomorrow you can do whatever the hell you want. But, I don't need any more heat, man.
First guy, he was what, 3-time world champion?
Was he? I can't fucking remember.
I don't know.
We'll ask him when he gets here. Let me get this in here. I got to type in his email. He wanted it emailed to him. No, I don't want to send it from my wife's email account. What the hell's going on here? Well, he's just going to get it on Facebook.
This is live right here, buddy.
Yeah, I know.
This is what happens when you get these things go live.
Yeah, and shit just falls apart. It just, you never know. I mean, we had technical difficulties with the podcast, but I'll tell you right now, it is really embarrassing when I have technical difficulties on here because y'all can see my reaction and y'all can hear what I say. And sometimes I say shit before I think. I have no filter. So I just sent the link over to our very first guest. I'm excited. His son recently wrestled in a Hell in a Cell match with a torn
pec.
Yeah, and still fucking come out victorious. He's an NWA world champion. Waiting for him to pop up. We're just promoting him. We're just putting over the dream, baby.
Son of a plumber.
What? Son
of a plumber.
I thought he would. Okay, no. Yeah, he's the son of a plumber, and Cody's the grandson of a plumber. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I can't keep up, man.
It's okay.
Ouch. Hell yeah. Why do we say ouch?
Yeah, why do we say ouch for?
Because I said I didn't need no more heat or because my ugly mug's on here. I mean, I know I'm ugly as fuck. It's okay. It's all good. I love you, though, Crystal. Just so you know. I really do. No heat. I mean, we may have heat, but
it wasn't because of us.
Oh, she said finished injured. Yeah, he had the torn. He went into the match with a torn pec. There was no finishing injured. He started that match injured. He wrestled the entire Hell in a Cell match.
Yeah, it was his right pec, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was completely bruised from the titty over down to past the elbow.
All right, Titanic, are you ready?
I'm ready.
First guest today. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The American Dream, baby.
What's going on, Daddy? How you doing? All right, you living that American dream?
Oh hell yeah! Now that we got you on, we definitely are.
How you guys doing? All right.
We're doing good. How are you doing?
I like it. I see you guys in these little boxes. Is this going to be shown to the public?
Oh yeah.
The public is going to see this. All right.
We're live. We're live on YouTube.
Live. Saturday night, 6:05. You know what I'm saying? We're live. Yeah. We're the mothership.
TBS,
the super station, baby. The mothership. How you guys doing? All right.
We're doing good.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
So tell us some of your battles with Ric Flair.
I beat Ric Flair, for that world championship belt, and he pulled a couple fast ones on me, with Smoking Joe Frazier, stopping the match. He didn't know that in wrestling, there's much blood. There's gonna be as much blood, and we don't stop the matches. And he put me on disqualification, but I got him the stratosphere. Him and myself, I finally conquered the, the hill, if you will. Became the Bull of the Woods, and it was good. I'm glad to see that Rick is he's still doing his thing. I wish him the best and of luck and best of health. I just wish that he could have one more match with the Dream, but it wasn't meant to be. But good luck to him.
Go ahead, Divine. Ask your questions.
Man, I'm just.
This is so cool. I mean,
I'm in shock. Like you are spot on, brother.
I'm the second most recognizable athlete. Only to Muhammad Ali. Second only to Muhammad Ali. Some say I'm the Babe Ruth of wrestling. But I just say I'm the little plumber's son, came out of the ditch, 8 years old, a common man, Americana, and that's what I stand for. You know what I'm saying?
What do you think needs to be done to get wrestling in the mainstream that it is now back to what it used to be, where people really suspend reality and enjoy it like they used to?
Wrestling has become very toxic. The fans' opinions, and you got it. We're doing this for fun. I go out there to the events, and I try to have fun. And I've had amazing experiences, as you can see, with Cody Rhodes, CM Punk, just by having fun and bringing a positive attitude. And what they need to do is they need to get the positivity back to the fans. It's becoming toxic, and I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. People are paying their hard-earned money. Go to the pay window, if you will, to be entertained. So look at this. I got a visitor there. So right. But have fun. This is meant to be fun. It's not going to be perfect. There's competition. There's contracts. There's disputes. There's a lot of stuff that goes on, but be respectful. You know what I'm saying? Be respectful to fans. Be respectful to wrestlers, because, if the fans were talking to me like they tweet and all this Twitter stuff, I would have to take matters in my own hands. I wouldn't like it.
So tell me what you think of your baby boy going back to the WWE.
There's no stopping Cody for what he wants to accomplish in life. I really do wish him the best. I love seeing him out there. And I do believe that there's unfinished business, the Rhodes family, when it comes to the World Championship title. And, it's everything he's done and everything he's gone, he's been successful. And I think nothing's going to change. He's the hardest worker out there. Nobody works harder than him. And what he is doing now is taking a page out of Dad's book, if you will, which I don't mind at all. Is the connection to the fans is very different this time around. It's very different. His connection to the fans is amazing, especially the young children are behind him. And, the fans are really behind me as a connection with the fans. And that's what I had. If we go back in time, if you will, that's what I had. And it made my career. The fans had to take the ride along with you. And I think that's what they're doing now. And you can tell that Monday Night Raw, WWE in general, is not the same without him. But I'm expecting a real serious return, a real serious pop, if you will, when that moment happens.
Oh, I agree. He's got that connection. Give me your thoughts on him doing the Hell in a Cell with Seth Rollins with that torn pectoral muscle.
Well, I think he didn't want to let the fans down. And in life, there are moments, there are forks in the road, if you will. And, he decided, he said, I'm gonna do this. I'm going to make a statement here. And, there are moments that define careers. And I thought he had one at the WrestleMania coming back at WrestleMania, and just a short time after that, he has another one. And when you go back, even you look at my career, these video packages and all the documentaries and everything, they catch these moments, and the decisions I made, and they made an imprint on my career, and that's what that was right there. It's proving yourself as a man, and the connection with the fans. Say, listen, I'm going to do this. I'm hurt. I promise this. I made a commitment, and it puts a stamp on your career. Like, wow, how dedicated is this man? How, you got to be on another level to be number one in this business, and that's his goal, and that's what he's going to do.
I totally agree. And I was in that margin of people who was, a little bit upset when he left AEW, but I'm a Cody Rhodes fan, and I grew up. Look, I got to break your character. I'm sorry. I got to do it. Look, you're bringing tears to my eye. I've sat across from Dusty in the dressing room. Let me just shoot this with you real quick. I'm gonna
break kayfabe. Is that okay?
That's fine. That's great.
Go right
all right. Let's take a breather.
I mean, Mike, you are fucking phenomenal.
I appreciate that. I'm really flattered.
You are the best Dusty impersonator I have ever seen.
Wow.
And literally, I don't know if you can see my eyes. They are watering. Like,
wow.
I've sat across.
My eyes are about to water.
I've sat across from Dusty twice in a dressing room.
Wow.
And I was greener than goose shit, and I can still remember some of the stuff he told me. And I took it to heart, because when you're sitting in the locker room with somebody like Terry Funk and Dusty Rhodes, and they tell you something, you take that shit to heart. And when you came on, I was like, man, I don't know how this is going to go. I don't know you from Adam or Eve. We've talked through Facebook.
Right.
And, I count you as a friend now. And you are welcome on the show anytime you want to be on the show. But
that.
Man, you
on point.
Man.
On point.
Well, I take doing this to heart. I'm just I'm going to use it, but I am just a common man. I'm a big fan. I'm a family man. I'm a blue collar union guy. And I just, started going to these events, paying tribute to Dusty, and it's brought me amazing things in my life. I mean, I've met people and have experiencing that is a fans. I mean, you pinch yourself. I still think about it, and I'm like, this is a little crazy what's going on. And I met Dusty twice, once very briefly, and then once in a convention, and I was wearing full polka dots. I tell this story.
Oh, wow.
And so I had gone to WrestleMania, the one at MetLife, the first one in MetLife, which was Cena, Rock, CM Punk, Undertaker. I live in New Jersey.
Right.
So Dusty was supposed to be at the Fan Fest, and unfortunately he didn't make it. And I'm wearing full polka dot outfit. And I thought I was going to meet him. And apparently he was at the pre-show desk. And one of the fans like, oh, Dusty's over there. So I made myself all the way to the front, and I see him and JR looking at me, whispering in each other's ears, like pointing. I start laughing. So the pre-show's over, and he walks over to me, and he gives me a big hug. And he says, baby, I love it. I love it, baby. And I go see him at a convention a few months after, and I walk in the room, and everybody starts laughing. And Dusty looks up and goes, oh, I remember this guy. I remember this guy over here. Look at this guy. So he signed a bunch of autographs, and when you meet the wrestlers and the talent, you don't want to be too, I don't know what the word is. You want to respect their personal space.
Right.
And he was a big man, and he just grabs me in, gives me a huge hug. And I was like, Dusty, do you remember me? He's like, of course I remember you. How you doing? All right. And I said, Dusty, ever since I met you, I've been going to events and conventions, dressed like this, and the people love it, and people take pictures of me. I said, what do you think? What do you want me to do? Should I keep going? Should I keep doing it? He's like, baby, you have to, baby. You have to, baby. And this is in 2013. So I haven't been to a convention or wrestling event dressed normally since then. And it's brought me nothing but amazing experiences.
Well, tell us about the night on Monday Night Raw where Cody, I know it was after the show, and Cody called you out.
Yeah, it was. Oh, I wish it was Monday Night Raw. But it was a house show in Trenton, New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
And what happened was, I was wearing I usually would wear the polka dots, and something just told me, it's like I just gotta, I know Dusty's meant, he's remembered for a lot more than just polka dots. So I said, I'm gonna really study how he talked, what he looked like, in the 70s and 80s, and put the little, put something together, put a tire together. And I said, well, went to the event. I said, hopefully I get Cody's attention. He's really good with the fans. Maybe he'll bring me, shake his hand, take a picture. And Seth Rollins actually noticed me in the crowd during the match and points to me, and he's like taunting me. And towards the end of the match, Seth Rollins is pointing at me, laughing, and starts doing the Dusty jabs at Cody.
Oh,
and I'm like,
leave it to Seth.
Is this really happening? Like, and the guy sitting next to me, my dad was supposed to come with me to the event, and he couldn't make it. He got sick. We were supposed to record some stuff with fans, and it didn't work out. But so I'm like, I see a text to look at the guy next to me. I'm like, what is happening here? I'm like, this guy is taunting me. And so he goes to give Cody the elbow, and he reverses it. He crossroads. The match is over. And, Cody starts talking to the crowd, and he's looking at me. I'm standing in the aisleway by myself now, and I see security, and he's like, then nobody's bothering me. And he's like, the American Dream is in the house tonight. I'm like, well, he notices me, obviously. He notices me. And he's like, I like, you look the part. He's like, can you do an impersonation? And I was like, you see me in the video, I'm shaking my head no. I'm like, this is not happening. This is really happening. So I said, my God, what am I going to say? What am I going to do? And as I'm walking down to the ring, I shook my head out. Yes, of course I'm going to do it. I said, I got to do something, direct Dusty quote. And the crazy thing is, I come up there. He introduces me as the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. I'm like, yeah, those are, dude, I don't want you to, those shoes are, larger than life to fill, and so I did a quote that's actually the beginning of Dusty's tribute video after he passed, which was an interview with Vince McMahon when he came to WWF at the time I think it was 1979. And I knew I had Cody because as soon as I started talking, he knew what I was going to say. And he's, when you can't control your laughter and you have to cover your face, he did one of these. And he was just laughing. And I never broke character. I just did the whole promo. And I got real emotional after. I really did. I got real emotional. I had tears in my eyes. I'm like, this is a dream come true for a fan, and how he liked it. And he gave me a hug, and he gave me a huge handshake. And I don't even remember what he said or I said to him. It was a blur. And after that, I was like shaking. I was like, wow, I can't believe this happened. And I was like upset. I'm like, this, oh my God, my dad's supposed to be here. He could have filmed it. I can't believe this. He's not here. And somebody came up to me and he's like, hey buddy, he's like, I don't know if you were aware. He's like, you're going viral, like a half hour. I'm like, going viral. I'm like, what? So he goes, so I have my phone and I'm like, and all the wrestling websites are covering it. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, my phone is blowing up. I'm like, this is nuts. This is crazy. I was like, I can't believe what's going on. So it's a once in a lifetime thing for a fan.
Oh, definitely.
And if you think about it, like, what were they thinking backstage? He handed a live mic. I know it's not on TV, but there's 8,000 people in the stadium. Like, he handed a live microphone to a fan.
Yeah,
I'm like,
that don't happen often.
That is
anything could be said.
Yeah, and I said to myself, I can't screw this up. I have to be respectful to Dusty. I have to get just a million things going through my head, and I just I just went with my gut. I said, I'm going to say this. And obviously it turned out amazing. And like I said, I don't even know what I said to him after. I don't know what he said. He was very happy. So, that's exactly what happened. And then people started noticing me, like, who is this guy? And then all my friends started tagging me like, oh, I know who he is. I've seen him at this event and this event and this event. And they're like, oh my God, this guy's been doing this, I saw him with CM Punk one time on TV. So for a fan, it's really, there's no words to say what happened that night and the experience I've had. So, it's been amazing.
We totally understand because, with me being in the business for 24 years and being in the ring with Jerry Lawler and the Moondogs and Bill Dundee and Sid Vicious and all these other guys, it's growing up and watching these guys and then turn around and being in the ring with them is just it's just one of those memories that last forever.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to meet Dusty. I got to meet Dusty. Right. I got to meet Dusty once in Dyersburg, Tennessee, at the Peppermint Pond. I'm sure, Divine, you know that place.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
And just sitting there and just watching him sit in this rocking chair all night long, chewing tobacco. And it was just something. It was just amazing, and you could just say anything to him, and he would talk to you and stuff like that. And he was wrestling Sir Mo that night from Men on the Mission,
right?
And they said, "All right, man, it's our match." And he turned around. He goes, "Time to go to work, baby."
Time to get down to business. Time to get down to some risky business.
I'm gonna throw up some comments that we've got coming in from some fans that are watching. Ryan Davis said that your segment should have happened on Raw, that they missed a hell of an opportunity for an angle. True. I mean, they could have done something with it, man. And then he also said that small clip was better than most of what's on Raw, and I truly agree. I truly agree with that one.
Well, that's because I was the booker. You know what I'm saying? I had the booker hat on, and I was booking that night. You know what I'm saying? That's why.
There you go. There it is. And then, of course, Titanic's wonderful sister. She says it's very inspirational.
That means a lot.
Getting tongue tied here. But, man, I messaged you out of the blue. I didn't think – we've had people on, and we've got Santiago from The Walking Dead coming on later today. I was like, look, I want this Dusty impersonator to come on, and Titanic's like, well, if he'll answer you, see what he'll do. I'm like, dude, I don't know if he'll answer me. Like we don't know each other from Adam or Eve. I don't travel up north. I don't know very many people up there anymore. My story's a troubled story. Titanic's in Arkansas, and I'm in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been in this business for, like he said, he's been in it 24 years. I've been in it, I think, at least 21 now, maybe 22. And we're done in the ring, but we do this to help promote shows, to help promote other wrestlers, and just to talk about different shows. And I seen your thing, and I was like, man, he is so good. I want to get him on the show, and we'll plug him as Dusty. And, dude, I can't even.
We decided just to do this whole all-day show thing, just like that.
So listen, sometimes that's the best. That's when the best things happen.
Yeah,
and I gotta say too, and I'm flattered. I'm flattered with what you guys think of me and the kind words and the things I read online, like people tearing up and people messaging me saying, "Oh my," to me it was like. It was awesome, and I'm really flattered and blessed, and a whole bunch of things that people, the response it got was just amazing. I mean, the comments and the shares and people that worked with Dusty saying things, and See, I don't know if you guys, well, you don't know this, but in September, during an AEW Dynamite, CM Punk had come out, and he was coming out to do commentary, and I was wearing the full polka dots ringside, and during his entrance, he was just, saying hello to the fans. He actually stopped by and he put his arm around me, and we're on live TV. I mean, I'm standing next to CM Punk in full dusty polka dots for a good, 10, 15 seconds, rocking out to his theme song. That was back in September.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And what happened after actually is even more a special story. So after that happened, my adrenaline was pumping, and my phone is blowing up. People are like, oh, I saw you on TV. And this young redhead lady walks towards me. She's wearing an AEW uniform. She's a camera person for AEW, and she goes to me, do you mind if I take your picture? She goes, I like the outfit. And I look at her and I'm like, oh, this girl's very familiar to me. And it turns out it was Dustin Rhodes' daughter, Dakota. No, Dakota.
Oh, Dakota.
Teal was Dusty's daughter. Dustin's daughter, who was Dusty's granddaughter.
Right.
And I'm like, I look at her, I'm like, you're Dakota Reynolds. I'm like, I seen you on your dad's, social media. And she's like, yeah. And she got real emotional. And she was like, do you mind if I take a picture? I was like, I just told her, I'm like, this night is getting crazier by the minute. And, I said, I have to get a picture with you. And we took pictures, and we kind of made like social media friends. She'll like a lot of my Dusty posts. And, I told her the story about when I met him, and she's what a wonderful, wonderful lady, wonderful person. And, I was like, wow. I was like, that got to me more than CM Punk, because, she's like, she's just, Dusty to us is larger than life, but to her, it was just her granddad.
Right.
And that she misses, terribly. And she was kind of telling me that I gave her like a happy moment. Like and it meant like, it really, really got me. I was like, this is just more than just dressing up now, especially after he passed. I'm like, it's just different. It felt different.
Alive. Yeah.
You're making memories, man.
I'm having experiences that fans only dream of,
And there's an old saying that when you die, you will never be forgotten until the last person who knows your name dies. And you are one of those people who are making sure that other people learn his name so that his memory will become immortal.
Yeah. And, when Cody and Dustin were in AEW, Dusty wasn't really spoken of much at all.
No.
And I don't know what happens behind the scenes. And there were rumors of trademarks and all that other stuff that I stay out of. And I kind of knew when Cody came back at WrestleMania, and when he started doing those Dusty jabs and hit the bionic elbow on Seth Rollins, I was like, it was like a sign for me to like, all right, I got to keep going. I got to, he approved, he's ready to address the Dusty, I guess, and because he never really talked about it before, and now he's very open about it. And
right.
Obviously bringing me down to do a Dusty in person, he's comfortable now. I think he's comfortable of, obviously he's still grieving, but he's comfortable to talk about it. And I didn't even know if they were like maybe they want to say, listen, I don't want, we're not a fan of you.
Right.
But it's the total opposite, which is awesome. And, then we saw Dusty on the Titantron at Monday Night Raw when Cody talked about, him not winning the title by count out. So the timing of it was just, perfect place, perfect time. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Man, it's incredible. It is. We are so glad you came on today. Before you go, I want to ask you, as a fan, just give us your thoughts on where wrestling is going to end up. What you think what do you feel should happen? We know the Vince McMahon hush money crap's going on, and we know there's so much drama around wrestling, but where do you think they need to go to get it back to, being enjoyable?
There is so much going on in both companies. I think it might be very hard now with the way social media is, but everyone needs to stop airing their dirty laundry. With everything needs to be done. Stop airing your dirty laundry out in the public. To stop using social media to get more money or unhappiness. I think of wrestling now, and I think AEW changed the game as let's say professional sports, when players are unhappy, they want to go to another team, they want more money, they don't like what's going on. It's way too much dirty laundry, and the fans want to watch wrestling and watch the storylines and develop relationship with characters. The stories in wrestling, the bigger stories are outside of the ring right now, which is
taking away
not
from
how I grew up and not what I enjoy. I watch wrestling and I'm a fan to escape real life, and most people do. That's most people play video games or watch movies. They want a little escape. They want a little escape into a fantasy world. And you're bringing all the, like we talked about toxicity before, of wrestling fans, and we're airing dirty laundry, and every day it's something new. Every week there's something new going on. So I think the positive stories, the true stories, like Cody's story of, hey, I came back here to win the WWE title. My dad never won it. My brother never won it. I'm here to fulfill my dream. And yes, Dusty Rhodes is my father. I'm not Dusty. I'm Cody. I can never be him, but I'm still, he's still my dad, and I can take things out of his book when I want.
Yeah. And
it's a real story, and that's I think it was very intriguing, and I think they're too much toxicity, too much, and Monday morning quarterbacking from everyone at every angle, and it's all done on social media. Will that stop?
No.
It doesn't look like it. It's getting worse and worse and worse. But I feel when I go to an event, all of this has happened to me because I enjoy myself. I try and spread positivity. I try and do, it's like, that's how I want to enjoy wrestling. And it's worked. And I've had experiences that fans dream of. So I think the fans, first and foremost, need to start enjoying it again. And the wrestlers got to start enjoying again. Because a lot of people said when they watched that video, they said, wow, Cody hasn't looked this happy and had more fun. And I think it's true. I mean, AEW with the booze and throwing back his belt. And unfortunately, there was a terrible, I'm not even going to mention it. Some fan brought in a sign referring to Cody's family. I'm not even going to say it. I mean, real toxic, just disgusting things. And, what do you think? He's not going to, the wrestlers don't enjoy that. They're real people. And I learned that the most when I met his granddaughter and see how much he enjoyed my impersonation of Dusty, everything. These are real people, and they're not, they're not out there for you to destroy publicly on social media. I mean, we can have opinions, and we can say, listen, that match was bad, or this angle is bad, but the vulgarness, just the attitude of the wrestling fan right now is not good.
No. I agree with that. I've seen a lot where people need to refrain from. Oh God, it's awful.
And
I don't get it.
and also, you got to respect their privacy. And, you know, I don't know if you guys saw a video. I think the day after I had that experience with Cody, there was an independent event that one of the heel wrestlers flicked off one of the fans in the front row's hats, and then he decided to headbutt him and throw hands.
Yeah, I saw that.
You saw that. It was pretty viral. And this was like the day. I think this was the day after, maybe the week after that happened with me and Cody. I was like, wow, we just went from one extreme to the other.
All right, like.
And I've been to independent shows where I'm sitting front row, and wrestlers have made me give other wrestlers bionic elbows. So, and respectfully, and heels. You know, I went to an independent show last week, and one of the heels got in my face. He's like, all the other wrestlers like clapping my hands and like hugging me when they came out the ring, and he's got his finger in my face. He's like, I've had enough of you, Dusty. I'm sick of you. Sit down. And I'm playing along, and it's just, you have to understand what it is and take it for what it is. Right. And then he ended up being my friend on Facebook after, and I messaged him. I said, so you were getting real heat, that night.
Yeah, and independent shows, I don't know if you ever watch any of the GCW product. I worry sometimes about the fact that they don't do a security rail. They let the fans get right up on the ring, hit the ring. And I'm like, man, back in the day when we did that shit, we had to have a security rail, because if you got real heat, motherfuckers would pull a knife, a gun. You never knew what would happen. I mean, I had people one time, I had to have a police escort out of a building because people were waiting outside the building because me and the dude were having an angle, and they thought I really slapped his kid just because I got over in his kid's face and I was talking trash, and he sold like I hit him, and they thought I really hit him, and his dad thought I hit him, and his mom thought I hit him. So his mom's trying to come across the rail, and dad's like, look, we'll just beat the shit out of each other till we get to the back. So we're really potatoing each other and bleeding and shit, busting each other's lips and nose trying to get to the back because mom's trying to come over and half the crowd's trying to come over. And I'm like, you can't do that. Like, if you really want wrestling to be legitimate and you want to get good heat and get the crowd into it, you've got to have a barrier to protect not only yourself, but the fans, because fans I don't think sometimes they think. I think they get caught up in the moment.
They get, those were words coming out of my mouth. They get caught up in the moment. The same night that CM Punk came out and was with me, Rosario Dawson, the actress, they made her a part of an angle. And I'm standing I'm sitting ringside, and she comes over and just grabs me and gives me, and there's a picture online. I have a picture. She just gives me a huge hug. And I'm just like really like squeezing me. And she's like, oh, I love you. She's like, oh, I love you, Dusty. And I'm like, my God, I'm like this, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, is this okay? Like, security, like, they are so cool with me. Right. It's unbelievable how cool they are with me. But I just thought to myself, I even looked at security. I'm like, oh, this is okay, right? Like, she came over and she grabbed me and she's hugging me. But you could have really good experiences, but also, like you said, fans have to be respectful, know their boundaries, and if they want to interact with you, they're going to interact with you.
Right.
Don't force it. Don't break those boundaries.
Yeah. Very true. Because obviously, once you break those boundaries, it ruins it for everybody.
Yes, it does.
Yes, and believe it or not, the night that thing happened with Cody, the security guard was really nice, and I said, "Wow," I said, "you guys are really, And I said, "Did something happen recently?" And he said that a young kid had jumped over the guardrail and went towards Cody, and it was just a kid being a kid, but sometimes people see somebody get away with something and they think that, oh well, if he, I can do that now. That's okay,
right?
And even when I was going towards down to ringside to do the impersonation, I looked at security guard and I gave him like the thumbs up. I'm like, are we cool here? And he's like, yeah, we're good. Like, just have some common sense, have some common courtesy when you're dealing with people.
Oh, you had it right the first word, common sense.
Yeah, that's something that's not around a lot these days.
you know, they're not going to hurt you. They're getting, you know, Seth Rollins is probably the nicest guy in the world. You know, he's pointing at me and laughing at me and taunting Dusty. And, you know, you have to understand it's you know, it's part of what goes on.
Well, man, Mike, we have had a blast having you on. Give us one more Dusty before you hit the road, brother.
You know something, I appreciate you guys on. You know, I just thank God that people like yourself come out to see the American dream, because growing up, I sure didn't think 265 pounds of blue-eyed soul would captivate a country like I have. The people drive me.
Thank you, brother.
Love it.
We will
Thank you very much.
And we will definitely have to have you back on, Mike. You have a great rest of your
Thanks
day.
for having me on.
Family.
Thanks for having me on. Be safe, and I really enjoyed it. And I'll come on anytime. Hopefully, stay tuned. Hopefully, there's more Dusty adventures that we can talk about.
Awesome, brother. Keep sharing that passion of pro wrestling. That's what it's about. You have a good day, brother.
God knows I love you, baby.
Thank you, bud. Awesome having Dusty
on.
Pretty
cool.
Man, chill bumps. I've got goosebumps, man. Look at this. The hair on my arm. I don't know if you can see it.
Something else, man.
It's standing up. Sending over the link to our next guest as we speak.
See, that's what we're having today, man. Things like that. I mean, it's going to be fun. Entertaining.
Emotional. Just, I can't get enough of it. I hope he turns his stream off, though, because I can still see him at the bottom. So hopefully he knows. I got the other guest coming up. I've switched your logo over to the top, waiting for him to log in. Sorry, I've got people messaging me talking about the show. I got my wife messaging me. She's out of the house with the kids. Got a lot going on today. I wanted him on the show, and Chris, I got to share your comment. He was really awesome. He brought goosebumps and tears to my eyes just seeing him do that. You know, and I literally sat across from Dusty. That is no lie. We were in, it was Batesville, Mississippi at the Civic Center. And Dusty and Terry Funk and Paul Bear. And I think Kamala was on that show. But Titanic, if you're ready, we're going to introduce your next guest here on our Super Show Saturday. This is one of your, there you go.
My man right there.
Let me bring up some pictures here while we're at it. Y'all go ahead and talk.
What's going on, brother?
Man, happy to be here.
It's about time. I know you was wondering if we was ever going to get that link to you, but we're going to get that. We're going to get stuff to you, man.
We got it. I'm no Dusty Rhodes. I'm no American Dream, but I'm here.
So did you just watch that?
Yeah, I got to see some of it. That was good stuff.
This is one of the pictures that Titanic's hit me for you. So we got that up there.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. The first time I ever met this man, it was in Dyersburg at Pro Wrestling Mid-South. And he wrestled Golden Boy. And I'm like, where in the hell did they find this big-ass monster at? Little did I know he's about 20 minutes down the road.
It happens.
Just hiding out in Jonesboro, Arkansas.
I wouldn't admit to that.
I know you got a show tonight to go to.
Yep.
You want to plug that show, and we'll get into about how you started, when you started, and kind of tell people your age of when you started.
All right. Well, let me plug that show real quick. Tonight I'm in Hoxie, Arkansas for the people in Northeast Arkansas. OCW, Out of Control Wrestling. I've become a semi-regular there this summer. This will be my 6th, 7th time to work there, but I'm starting to get in the mix around there. And so tonight, I can't even tell you who I'm wrestling. I can't tell you what's happening. But one of their top guys over there seems he can't keep Smitty's name out of his mouth. So it's one of those deals. I know what I'm going to do. I'm gonna hit the ring at some point. I'm gonna pick my shot, and it's gonna be exciting. And I don't know if they're gonna like it too much or not, but you know, I may have to do it. Just ask forgiveness later.
Hey,
there you go.
That's the best fucking way to do it, right there.
So it's going to be exciting stuff in Hoxie, Arkansas. I can promise you tonight.
So, since I'm the one that knows you, I guess I'll run this little thing as good as I can.
Sure.
So, tell us about when you started. What started your love for wrestling, and when did you get into business?
Okay, my love of wrestling is since I can remember sitting in front of my granny's box TV in Little Rock, Arkansas. I lived with her. She helped raise me, and you know, back then you had 4 channels, and every Saturday morning was wrestling time, and it was Mid-South Wrestling. I mean, I remember seeing watching it, and it was Skandar Akbar and Bob Roop and Mike George and people like that. Junkyard Dog and the Freebirds came along, and it was just an every Saturday morning thing. Finally, 1983, 84 was when I really started getting into it, because that's when Jim Cornette come on, introduced the Midnight Express. By this point, this was 83, 84. So I was 13, 14 years old. And man, the Rock and Roll Express come on, they hit the scene. And finally, that was the one moment I looked at my dad, and I was like, Dad, you got to take me to Barton Coliseum to see this. I want to see this live. And he was like, you know, we didn't have much money. And so I've told you before, I think we scraped up change out of the couch cushions and the console in the car, and scraped up $3 to go buy a couple of general admission tickets at Barton Coliseum to see the Rock and Roll, see the Midnight, Butch Reed, Jim Duggan, JYD, all those guys. And that's when I truly fell in love with it, and I've never stopped watching it since.
So I know you just said a tag team that you just wrestled recently.
That's right. Dream come true. Over in Dyersburg, we did a deal where me and my partner Tommy Too Good, we were the Wrecking Crew, and so we spent about 10 Fridays wrestling in Ripley, Tennessee, and building our name over there. We were undefeated. We were just steamrolling the competition. And finally, the next last night we were there, it comes over the intercom. We had just defeated somebody else, and it come over the intercom that just to the crowd, to us, we were standing in the ring by ourselves, and it said May 13th, the Wrecking Crew will wrestle the Rock and Roll Express. And right there at that moment, it was like reality set in. I got chills. I just got chills saying it. And just the team that got you, that made me fall in love with the business on their retirement tour to get to wrestle those guys. But it's also reality set in. We're going to be in the ring with the Rock and Roll Express, greatest tag team of all time. And it was a dream come true. We learned a lot from those guys. We actually, on a show in Mississippi 2 days later, it was a Sunday, and they brought us into their locker room and just shared their locker room with us, and just showed us so much knowledge and information, and told stories, and just the greatest weekend of my life.
That's awesome. I love that stuff. Of course, I mean, I knew that, but I mean, I didn't know everything that happened that whole weekend with y'all, because I think I saw you that Saturday.
So we wrestled the Rock and Roll on Friday night in Ripley. So we went, 15 minutes with those guys, and we stayed late, got home late. Well, we had my APW is my home show in Marianna, Arkansas. So we had we had a show the next night, Saturday night in Marianna, and that was Battle Bowl night, which is like a Royal Rumble. And so just so happened, Smitty was entrant number 1.
Oh shit.
And I lasted the full 30-something minutes, outlasted 15 guys, and won the APW Battle Bowl. And just a little bit about myself. I am 50 years old. I am 6'2", and I am almost 280 pounds. So going over 30 minutes in a Royal Rumble style battle bowl was definitely a challenge, but it was something I had to do because the winner got a shot at the APW world title down the line. And me and the booking committee there in the APW hadn't got along very well. So they just wasn't going to hand me a title shot. No matter how many matches I won, I had to win that battle bowl during that title shot. And so that was probably the toughest thing I've ever done was last 30-something minutes in that battle bowl.
and you was quick to let everybody know when you was cashing that in too.
Oh, I knew. And if you remember Titanic, we had you had me on your podcast earlier that day, and I told you it's going to be wild, but it was something I wasn't going to win. I had to win. There was no that was the end all of the beat all for me. I had to win that, and I did. So there you go. It was just mind over matter at that point. I had to will my way through that deal. That was wild.
Yeah, so that was. Go ahead.
You're 50 years old. When did you officially start wrestling? And let me just tell you, you don't fucking look 50. I'll just tell you that right now.
I appreciate that. I try to work hard to look the part. And when I first, actually, in 1994, I moved to Jonesboro, Arkansas. Bert Prentice had Ozark Mountain Wrestling. Okay. And I trained a little bit, but I never wrestled. I was a referee. I was straight out of college. I was a college basketball player, actually. And so I was 6'2", but I was painfully thin, and cruiserweights I was probably 180.
Oh, I know that struggle.
And so Bert wasn't quick to put me in the ring against some of these monsters. He Terry Gold and Bull Payne, the Headbangers, who were the Spiders, were there. So they just wasn't quick to put me in there with those guys, but I learned a lot refereeing. I done that for about 1.5 years and got out of it. And then anytime another wrestling show would come around, they'd call me up and I'd referee for them. But I never actually had my first match until about 2 years ago.
Okay.
Well,
yeah, you damn sure don't look 50.
Well, I appreciate it. I done other things. I was a weekend warrior, traveled the country playing softball. I played a lot of basketball. I broke my leg in 97, broke my tibia in half, had a rod put in and screws. So I took up powerlifting and bodybuilding in 97. So that's when I started putting on the weight, putting on the muscle, creatine and Mega Mass 2000 or whatever it was back in those days. and I was getting all the bodybuilding magazines and just started putting that on. There was no wrestling training that I knew of in the 2000s, early 2000s. So I never thought about getting back into it. So I stayed out of it until 2017, 2018. And one of my best friends who trained under Bill Dundee, he wanted to have one show in Marietta. And he asked me to come be a part of it if I would referee it. He said, I don't have a referee. I said, sure, absolutely. I'd love to do that. There were some wrestlers around that area that he, I think the company was called GCW around the West Helena area. And he brought those guys in, barred the ring, and a great crowd at the Marietta Civic Center showed up. I think there was probably close to, there's probably 250, 300 showed up for this first show. And they loved it. They just demanded that APW come back. So Buster Kennedy's who that is, and he decided to buy that ring. And he got one of his dad's old dry cleaning businesses. We cleaned it out, made it a training facility, and he said, I'm going to train wrestlers. And he says, you want to referee for me? I'm like, I think I want to do a little bit more than that. And he was like, Smitty, you're 48 years old, and I have legit had 2 major neck surgeries. I have had 2 neck fusions. I had 2 disc replacements. So I've got 2 fake screws or 2 fake discs in my neck. I've got 2 plates. I've got 4 screws. And probably if my neurosurgeon knew I was doing this, she'd have a fit. But because she basically told me not to lift over 100 pounds ever again. But I was like, well, that's not really who I am. And I feel great. I got back into training, and they told me, Smitty, and Buster was one of my best friends. He said, Smitty, I cannot let you do this. You know, with your neck, you broke your leg, you had all these surgeries. I can't, at your age, I can't let you do it. I said, how can you stop me?
Right.
He said, I'll tell you what, if you can get in here, and I was out of shape because this was about a year after my second neck surgery. So I couldn't do anything. I said, if I get in the best shape of my life and I get in here and I train like everybody else and I drive the hour and a half back and forth twice a week to train for hours and I earn it, can I do it? And he was like, all right. He not a soul in the world believed I was going to do it. Not a soul in the world. And 2 years later, here we are, almost 3. And I've wrestled in about 10 different companies. And, man, I'm loving every bit of it and feel great.
I could actually see Buster doing that. All right.
That's exactly what he did. He never in a million years thought I was going to put in that effort and do that. But then it was just a drive. Then it was driving me. I just wanted to prove everybody wrong at that point. So
I have to say I'm inspired by your story. I have actually broken my neck, and I'm going through the process now of physical therapy and all that stuff. And I have deteriorating discs, so I'm probably looking forward to getting some of those fake discs at some point and things like that. And your story has been really inspirational to me. Just hearing that you were able to push through it and do it, I'm so fucking proud of you. That is.
Well, thank you. And I feel for you. It's definitely any kind of neck surgery like that it's going to be a chore. I mean, wrestlers are just built different though.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Not everybody's built like us, and you'll do just fine with it, just like I did. And I feel amazing. The technology nowadays is this neck surgery was 10 times easier than the first one I had done 10 years ago. And just the technology is so much better, but no, I appreciate that, and it's been worth every ounce of blood, sweat, tears, and man, I just love the pro wrestling business.
Yeah, you just went to Mulberry last week?
Mulberry over by Fort Smith, GCW. Yeah, I think it's called Down South Championship Wrestling. That was interesting. I am in a heel group called the Texas Outlaws. Well, this is up in Northwest Arkansas where everybody's a Razorback fan, and me being a part of the Texas Outlaws, I had the chore of not being a Razorback fan last week because all my partners and my managers are kind of hard on the Hogs. That might have been the hardest thing I've ever done in the wrestling business, not be a Hog fan.
Man, and let's get into that for a minute, because I was born and raised in Jonesboro. And Titanic lives, he's lived in Arkansas most of his life too. I no longer live there. 2 years ago, I made the change, and I live in New Orleans now. And I've always, growing up in Arkansas, I know that everybody always wanted to call the Hogs, but for some reason, my heart was always purple and gold for LSU and black and gold for the Saints. And so 2 years ago, me and my wife that I'm with now, we found each other again about 4 years ago, thank God. And we moved here. And I was always that idiot that wore the purple and gold, and everybody's like, yeah, why do you like the fucking Tigers? Like, I don't know. There's something about LSU, and I can't admit to people that I was, I don't admit often that I was born and raised in Jonesboro. I really, even throughout my wrestling career, man, I would lie to people. I'm from New Orleans. I would legit. That's where they would announce me from. I would make people think I was from there. And I don't even sound like I'm from down here. You can tell I sound like I'm from Arkansas. And all my buddies down here are like, man, your fucking accent, we got to get you sounding more like us. And I'm like, we got to do something. Like, I'm trying to disown Arkansas, and the Titanic keeps trying to pull me back in. And I'm like, man. And then you start talking about the Hogs, and I'm like, shit, here we go.
That's fantastic. I mean, you might be born somewhere, but kind of where you get connected. Like, because I went to high school, we moved to Kansas City, and I lived there for several years before going to college. And man, I just fell in love with the Chiefs. So I grew up a Hog fan. My dad loved the Cowboys, but when I moved up there and just saw how everybody cheered for the Chiefs and the love for the Chiefs up there, I became a Chiefs fan. You know, right. I just made that connection, and so I'll be a diehard Chiefs fan all my life.
I get it. I get it, man.
Well, this interview's over with.
Shut up, you Cowboys fan.
we went off the rails.
The best thing about the fucking Cowboys is the cheerleaders, okay?
That's pretty much it. Definitely agree on that.
Which I can't say much. Our fucking running back, he's suspended for like 6 games when the season starts because he whooped somebody's ass when they were in Vegas.
No.
Kamara, Alvin Kamara. They got into an altercation with some guy in an elevator, and I think it's 6 games that they've suspended him for. And I was like, fuck, we ain't got a chance this season.
Good grief.
Our best running back's out. I don't think Michael Thomas is coming back. He's having issues with his ankle again. I'm like, yeah, we ain't got Breeze and Sean Payton left. We're fucked.
Man, that's pretty bad though. Getting 6 games just for, winning a fight, I guess.
I mean, in my opinion, it was self-defense, but I may be wrong.
I'm happy to say nobody's failed a drug test for Dallas this year, and that's something different.
Oh, mate.
Well, Smitty, I ain't seen you in forever. It seems like forever.
Yeah, I think it's been since Cherry Valley, I believe.
Yeah.
When's y'all's next show for APW?
We usually take off during the summer. It's hard to get the Civic Center.
Right.
And that's where we like to run. Now we do run some small shows at our dojo, usually have 100 to 150 people, but there is no air conditioning and it's a metal building. So you can imagine how training is on Sunday afternoons. Old school. Yeah, it is. It's very old school. So speaking of old school, I want to give a shout out to our 2 trainers. I talked about Buster earlier. He trained under Bill Dundee, and our other trainer, we call him Sip. He wrestles under the name Buck Skinner. And why he's touched me a lot is because he's a big guy also, and he's 6'5", about 240, 250, and he's taught me to wrestle a big guy style. And he trained under WWE Hall of Famer Johnny Rodz in New York City.
Oh, hell yeah.
So he's got some high level, he does some high level shit and some high level training, and he goes all over the country and wrestles some of the best. So I just wanted to give a shout out to him too. So if you come to an APW show, if you come watch Smitty wrestle or any of the APW wrestlers, you're going to see some good old school training, that's that you can appreciate. Not
real wrestling, not that fucking TV shit.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say it, but I let you say it. But yes, we
have no filter here.
So we know our fundamentals before we ever step foot in the ring for real. So
that's awesome. I Titanic, has been trying to get me back up that way. I think it's like 5 or 6 hours from me where y'all run shows. And Titanic's been on me about coming up and checking y'all show out, and me and the wife don't get out much anymore. I mean, we got our 5 kids, school, work, all this shit going on, and we just moved my mother-in-law into I'll refrain from saying anything in case my wife or my mother-in-law is watching the show, but it's been a real rough summer for us, and then we had Hurricane Ida hit us last year, so I've been struggling with getting the fence and shit back in place. But I definitely want to come up and check it out. And after talking to you, I really feel inspired to make that drive and come up and see you guys and pay respect to you guys for putting on a show. And man, I look forward to it. It just
one of the best damn shows going around here.
Show. Yeah, I appreciate that. We would love to have you anytime. And Titanic knows, and I said I've worked for about 10 different companies, and I would put an APW show up there with or over any show I've worked, any company. We get some high level talent out of Memphis. Most of it is our homegrown talent that we train. But we do bring in some talent from Memphis. We combined with Cape Championship Wrestling out of Cape Girardeau. and brought in several of their talents. Our last Civic Center show where we did, I think it was 419 paid. So, which is great for a independent wrestling show, especially in Marianna, Arkansas. And so our next show, I think, is scheduled
September 24th.
24th, whatever that Saturday is, and that will be at our dojo. Hopefully, it's cooled down a little bit by then, and then our next big show at the Marianna Civic Center, October 29th.
Okay, I'll have to see what I can do about getting up that way, but definitely, man, I love the videos he posts. He puts out some good videos for you guys. Y'all got some unique characters working there. I love old Floyd Flair.
my arch nemesis.
Look, I'll tell you right now, he makes me think of Tiger King, Joe Exotic.
Oh, we've had those chants before.
I made that joke when I seen him. I was like, when did y'all get Joe Exotic out of prison? Titanic said, that's not Joe.
me and Floyd, when I first got in and they started putting me in the matches, and I was supposed to be Floyd's bodyguard. Oh, and that's all they thought I was going to be. They never thought I was actually going to, like we talked about, going to actually wrestle. So I was going to be Floyd's bodyguard. And so when we went separate ways, I'm the only one, I think, out of the whole company that has stayed heel the entire 3 years of All Pro Wrestling.
That's the best way to fucking do it, because that's how you you turn it up to 10 and you just get to have fun.
And I've had a blast and just gotten better and better. And and when you talk about Floyd, he's incredible. And I just kind of got screwed out. He's our APW World Heavyweight Champion, and I kind of got screwed out of that deal at Cherry Valley. But I have a feeling me and Floyd's going to meet again, and beating him when I finally do it. And I'm going to say I'm going to finally do it. When I finally beat him, it's going to be so satisfying because he is so freaking good. People don't even understand how good he is until you get in there with him, and he's absolutely amazing.
I agree. I've seen some of his matches that Titanic's posted, and I was like, good God, the air he can get on some of those drop kicks and shit that he does. Mm-hmm. It's just incredible. And I have really been impressed with it, with everybody's stuff that he's posted. And, me and Titanic have talked about it. It kind of gives you that itch to want to get back in it. And I'm like, man, I wish, I just wish, but I would just like to be there. I'd love to be there when you beat Floyd. That would be incredible. I'd love to see that for you to have that chance to be APW champion. And I strongly think you deserve it. I mean,
I appreciate that.
We're going to have to make that happen for you.
I appreciate that. and it's at this point, it's kind of like all of this that I've accomplished, which I never dreamed. I thought I was going to have a few matches, show up in ABW, maybe work a year. I didn't know how far it would go. Right. And I never dreamed all I've got to do and see and meet and wrestle, all over the area. And I can't thank them enough. But to wrestle the Rock and Roll Express, for God's sakes. But at this point, if I don't become APW World Champion, it kind of seems to me like it's all for nothing, because I've always set goals. And right now, that is the one thing I have not accomplished. And probably it was about 6-8 months ago, I realized that was an attainable goal for myself. If I just go balls to the wall, 110% in, I can do this. And so that's the main goal right now. And hopefully it gets done. So that's where I'm at in this business right now.
That sounds
bull
good.
rushing them, brother.
Yes, sir.
Keep on kicking ass and taking names, man. That's what it's all about. I look forward to meeting you in person and getting to know you even more. You seem like a hell of an awesome guy. Titanic's told me a lot about everybody down there at APW. So I wish you the best. Stay healthy. Keep kicking ass. Good luck on that APW championship, man. And thank you for coming on today.
Hey, thank y'all for having me. Thank you for Titanic, all you do with the photos and the videos and all you do. Thank y'all for promoting pro wrestling, and look forward to meeting you as well. Thank you, guys.
Hey, before you go, I want to throw this up there because somebody posted, love it, proving age doesn't affect chasing your dreams. Amen.
Amen. Exactly. And that's one of the things I'm going to tell all these kids when I become APW world champion. One dream, no excuses.
Hell yeah. We appreciate it, Smitty. That's a great way to end it. Keep sharing the passion of pro wrestling, spreading that good word, and we'll keep supporting you guys. And anytime you want to come back on, you just let us know, brother.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Have a good one, brother.
Have a good one.
All right, guys. That was Smitty from APW on with us today. We're going to move on now. I've got to pull up our next guest, who is going to join us. And this is another one of yours, Titanic. I'm so proud of you. You did a lot of leg work. Or should I say
a lot more than what I normally do.
I know, right? You actually pulled your weight this time. I'm so proud of you. The link has been sent. We're waiting on our next guest. I'm going to take my first commercial break. I got to go see a man about a horse and a Coke. So if our guest shows up, I will cue him in as soon as possible. It'll take him just a minute, so it won't take me but a second. So I'll be right back. Titanic, entertain them. Tell a joke. Not a dirty joke.
Oh, well, then I can't do all that. I hope everybody's enjoying what y'all seen. It's sure has been entertaining, to say the least. But I just hope everybody's enjoying themselves. And I'm getting left out here alone, and I don't do very good like that. I hear a door close. And he's back. All right, ratings went down.
I left, I know.
I really don't have nothing else to say. I don't know what to say when I'm by myself.
I don't know what you said. But we are waiting for our next guest, who will be joining us as soon as he logs into the link. It's been sent. So let me double check to make sure I sent it to the right person. He hasn't read it, so if you want to reach out to his handler and let her know to see if she can, if she's watching, hey, just shout out to your buddy.
You're watching. Holler at the guy.
Holler at the guy. Star of Walking Dead. Let me pull up some pictures here. We'll go over some things before we get him on if we need to, just to kind of kill some time. We're just rolling on with our show today. Trying not to show pictures of my family here. Sorry, I'm breathing heavy. I took off running to make sure I got back quick enough because I didn't want him to be sitting in limbo there. But
still got a long list of folks we still got to go through.
Oh, I know, man. I'm having a blast. I love talking to Smitty. Dude, I got to come meet that guy. He is fucking awesome. And his story, it really did inspire me. So hopefully after everything I've been through, I can pull a Smitty at some point. But our next guest is supposed to be the star of, or a star. He's not the star, but he's a star from The Walking Dead, Santiago. And he's also working on a book, A Veteran's Homecoming. Now, you know more about this guy than I do. Your sister knows a lot about him. We're going to talk to your sister tomorrow.
Right.
She'll be on. She's been, you said she's worked on a movie with him?
Yeah, Slaughtering. She said she just messaged him.
Good deal. And he just looked at it, so we'll get him on here in just a minute once he gets logged in. Sorry for the lag in getting people on, but it's because we have to message them. We want to try to give everybody. Yeah, we got to send the link. They got to log in. We want to try to make sure everybody gets enough airtime. 30 minutes is good. If they want to talk more than 30 minutes, we try to give them that. But we also want to make sure we get everybody else in because we have some other people that are coming on today that actually have shows they have to go to. Let me pull back up the full schedule that you gave me, plus the one I've got worked out over here in between it, because we've got
we still got Ron McClarty, we got the owner of APW, right. Buster Kennedy, we got Nix, we got
we got Ron, we got your
Ron
rookie.
Rach had a bell out. He's not feeling good. Him and his
thoughts
wife
and
both
prayers to Ron. He's had a lot of health problems,
and we'll get him on probably on the Thursday show one time.
Which will be fun.
We got to really do one early in the morning so we can get him doing the hot tub thing.
Yeah, we gotta get him in the hot tub and you in the bed and me here in the office. That'd be great. That'd be a real show right there.
Hey, look, Cheeseburger said that's marketable shit.
Hey, we're gonna market it. We're gonna get you some bed sheets. Me and my wife were looking the other day. But thank you, Chris. We appreciate all your help. You need what?
I need king size sheets.
King size sheets. All right. But yeah, we've still got Ron McClarty. You said Cody's coming on, your rookie. Buster Kennedy. We got Nix. Ron Rage is out today, so then we'll bring up. I've got
Jason.
No, actually, he is going to be Sunday, I believe. Let me double check.
Oh, I thought you said he wanted to promote the show for tonight.
He did, but something changed because Sunday would work better. He has a lot going on. Like he's got a driving company and horses, and he does rodeo and wrestling, and so Jason has his hands full. So I try not to be too hard on him. He's another one of those guys like you that we've been friends for years, but it's kind of become, like me and you get to talk every Thursday. We'll message each other on Facebook every now and then. That's how me and Jason are. But I'm in no way saying that he's as good of a friend as you. But I do love Jason. We've been friends for years, and he was in the Army, so he went away for a while, not to prison, to the Army. But we're waiting on our guest. If this guest is not able to make it, that is okay.
Our next one, I can't make it either. Sending you that message. Clarity.
Yeah. Well, if he gets,
okay. We can move people up. That's all that matters.
Yeah, that's fine. All
right. Didn't you say we still got Danny Jackson, and
if I can get a hold of Perry, old Bruiser can come back on. Hey, we got our next guest, Titanic. I'll let you take it from here, brother.
Santiago.
Hiya.
Hiya.
What is up?
I've seen a hat just kind of like that in my kitchen there.
Really?
My mom got one of those.
Your mom is a wise woman.
She is a wonderful woman. I love his mother.
Is this PG or PG-13 or rated R?
This is whatever the fuck
you want to say.
Good.
We have no filter and we give no fucks. So welcome to the.
Am I live like in front of a lot of people?
Yeah, enough people.
Just to let you know. Just to let you know, this is medically accepted.
Hey, send that shit my way. What the fuck?
Oh, long couple weeks, man, and I need a break.
I believe it. You've been busy, huh?
Dude, it is ridiculously busy, but it's a good thing. It just it got a little carried away where I had to take a couple weeks off. So I'm back on it, doggone it.
Tell me about this movie, this Slaughtery House.
Well, Slaughtery is, it's been a script written, man, about 4 years ago, and Scared City Productions out in Jonesboro, Arkansas, decided to do it and buy it out. And Scott Bainey, who owns the company and the film rights and all, we gathered, man, some friends together, and they wanted to be filmmakers. Scott wanted to be a filmmaker. Scared City's a haunted house in Jonesboro, but he wanted to make it a film company. And pretty much they knew how they knew there's cameras, they knew how things work because Scott's been on set before. And we literally, man, made a movie, just a couple friends, and we're like, oh shit, this looks good. So we ended up filming it. COVID hit. We took 3 years off. A lot of us changed, but we worked it out. And dude, it's a gory horror classic film. We did all practical effects and everything, so it's going to be real good.
I look forward to seeing it. Where will it be available when it comes out?
We're releasing it as far as I know. It's in post-production and it should be out this year. We're trying to get it out for Halloween, which is going to be very busy because for me, Halloween is like, the celebration of horror and paranormal and, everything else that walks through the dead of night. So
Halloween is my Christmas. So.
Dude, it's ridiculously crazy, but it's fun.
Look, once I found out that you killed my sister and broke my brother-in-law's arms, I have got to watch it.
He breaks Ken's arms.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Fuck yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah. What's crazy is, and much love to them, man, because they just jumped on it. And we did a little one-on-one class and to be in front of the camera. And man, they brought it, dude. They wanted to play victims. They wanted to be all bloodied and gored. And I'm like, well, we're gonna choke you, cut you, stab you, probably break your arms and put you full of a lot of blood. So wear some crazy clothes that you don't care about. And man, it was great. It was great. So yeah, that's just part of it, man. Filming movies like in Jonesboro, we always work with the locals and people that support us, and including small businesses and so forth. So we build a great film community, and the great thing is, for them volunteering in this film, they're going to be in the second one. So there's a way we could do it, and they're going to be in the second one, and it's going to be a reverse side effect for them because they'll do the killing this time instead of being the victims.
Hey, there you go. That'll be fucking awesome.
It's real good, man.
I don't know about all that shit now.
Hey, look, Crystal can pull off that psycho real good. Okay, I've seen her get
Crystal is fantastic, and so is Ken. But look, and this is a trick. Crystal can verify this. I had permission from Ken to look, man. She was a little nervous, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna break you real quick. And I asked Ken, dude, I'm gonna treat your wife really bad, dude. No offense, but I gotta bring this bitch out. And he was like, all right, let's do it. No problem. I grabbed her, took to the side. I started whispering. I was the psycho guy in this film, and I needed her to be scared out of her mind. And I took her in the corner, and I grabbed her face, man. I started choking her. I started telling her, I'm going to spit on your face. I started growling. I started talking crazy crap. Boom, she was scared out of her wits. I was like, hurry up, action. So the stuff you see when you see her on front of the camera, she is psyched out, man. She's psyched out.
Oh, man, I cannot wait to watch that. That is going to be fucking entertaining. So they've told me you were in The Walking Dead. I would like to ask a few questions about how did you enjoy that? How did you come to be a part of it?
Dude, it is a fluke. It was a fluke. I have a great agent, and I was filming a miniseries. I did a favor for Fox Studios, and their main actor jumped out, and the director called me up through my agent. Was like, hey, can you do a favor up in Louisville, Kentucky, and do a miniseries? I was like, yeah, so I did it. During that time I was filming, Fox and AMC, I believe, bought out, or AMC bought out Fox or something like that. This is before Disney owned it. And did a favor for them, man. And for some reason, AMC contacted my agent and didn't even have to audition, man. They were like, hey, oh my God, you're on The Walking Dead. I didn't know what this show's about, man. I didn't never heard of it or anything. And then I'm going, The Walking what? She goes, oh my God, you're on The Walking Dead. Don't you know what this show is? And she's explained it to me. So I go, so the whole thing goes to Georgia, and they find out that I never saw the show. I don't know who the hell Rick Grimes is. I don't know nothing about Daryl. Nothing at all. So I was not permitted to watch the show. I was not permitted anything. I had to go in there as a cherry. So it was unreal because everything was secret. I've never been on a secret. I've been on a closed set before. I filmed so many shows and movies, and I've been on a closed set before, but this was so top secret. I had like 3 scripts, had to turn them in a locked box at the end of the day. didn't know the term what walkers was. I sat down on these bikes, full of bikes, and I was just hanging out. And they're like, "You can't get on there. That's Daryl's bike." I was like, "Who the fuck is Daryl?" And then it's kind of deal. And this is true shit, man. I swear to God, true shit. And then I get introduced, like I have to go through these. He goes, "You're going with the governors, man." I was like, "Governors, man? What the hell is this? Some kind of crazy?" Didn't see a zombie or anything yet. So one day I go through this line was like all the governors and stuff, and then they split me out because I guess they didn't want to tell people who I was. Because the next day, and I'm doing this for like a month and a half, but the next day I had to go through what we're called the walkers. You were with the walkers. This is where I got picked. What the hell is a walker? I was like, walker, what the hell? And I was not supposed to say anything. So I'm like, what the hell's a walker? What's going on here? And they're like, "Oh, you never saw the show?" And you get all these fans and start barking at you, man. And they're like, "Oh, season 1. Let me tell you about season 1. Oh, season 2. And I'm going, what the hell did I just trigger? What the hell? So I go to where all the trailers are, and and then again they split me up, and I'm hanging out with most of the cast. And that's where I meet the Riggs family, and I celebrate Chandler Riggs' birthday. He had this big machine gun cake, and I didn't know nothing, So I'm slowly getting introduced to everybody. So my first person I met was Scott Wilson, and I remember Scott Wilson from old shows that I grew up watching with my dad. Streets of San Francisco and all that. Beretta, all these 80s, 70s, 80s show. And I'm talking to him, and I didn't know he was Herschel. So I'm just talking to him, and bullshit with him or whatever. We're in this made up prison, and I mean, some crazy stuff. So I go in the next day, and people are crying, and they close these people. They're telling people to get out, and they're like, "Oh my God, Herschel's gonna die! They're killing Herschel." I was like, "Who the fuck is Herschel?" And they were like, introduced to me all this Scott stuff. Andrew Lincoln, I thought he was a security on set. Didn't know he was there. Didn't know he was Rick Grimes. Stuff like that, just constant every day. That I could tell stories for a whole month and a half, where it was just so comedic to them. But to me, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe this show is number one. It's just unbelievable. The special effects, me talking one-on-one with Greg Nicotero, just talking to these people that everybody flips out. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe you met them. And they didn't know who I was. I didn't know who they were. So I'm going, "Hey, dude, what's your favorite movie? What kind of food?" "Oh, I love these steaks," kind of deal. Never talked about movies or nothing.
Well, see, I learned my first time I learned about you. It was from RWE.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's making appearances there, and now you're the commissioner, right?
Yeah, the general manager.
General manager.
Yes, Grubbs, Arkansas, every Saturday night. Y'all need to check it out. Check it out. I've been a wrestling fan since I was like 9 years old. And there's a lot of great wrestlers that I know personally. They're from legends to current wrestlers to even future upcoming wrestlers. And it's good to know that system. And I support a lot of independent wrestling that I believe has good potential to become a little bit more better and continue to get better. And RWE is one of them. So, yeah, checking them out, man.
Most definitely. I got friends that are over there, and so that's how I knew that you were over there. I think you had been over there in Hoxie a couple of times.
Yes, OCW. Check them out, man. They're growing, good organization, man. Actually, that's like the second organization that ever worked for or as a guest a lot. And they broke, the old school guys. I don't know everybody who owns it now or, but the people there when they first started and all that. So I got really, really connected with them people out there in Hoxie. It's a good amount of group there.
Now, my sister was telling me that you're writing a book.
Let me throw that book up while we're talking about
Throw that picture up there.
Give me one. Oh, come on. No. Yep, there we go. No technical difficulties. There we go. Good deal.
That right there.
Yes. A veteran's homecoming book. As most people know, I'm an infantry veteran. My family's been in the business since World War II. And I'm big about PTSD. I'm pretty much, I go through it myself. There's a lot of things going on with veterans people don't know. People tell you these stories about, oh man, they don't treat veterans right or all this stuff. And what I did is I pretty much gave a little brief description of what goes on in veterans' lives, and I put it on one character, along with showing a good side of what we need today to help support veterans. A little bit of faith, a little bit of family, and a lot of community, you know, that we don't see as much as we need to. But you get to see it in this, reading this Veterans Homecoming book. I'm going to tour it around. I'm paying it for myself. People have been donating. We begin sponsors. The reason why is because I am going to not just certain stores and so forth and places, but I'm also going to veterans organizations and small businesses owned by veterans and a whole bunch of different places where it helps veterans recover and help them adapt to the civilian world once they get out. So it's really cool, man. Check it out. It comes out this fall. I don't have a release date, but I know it's done. I know the cover's being worked on to finalize it. Once it's done, we'll do pre-orders, and then we'll go on the way. You know, we'll do what we can.
Yeah, we definitely wanted to get that out because Divine here, he was in the military. My father was in the military, which would be Crystal's dad as well, I guess you could say. Our son was in the military. We got a lot of military in our family, and
oh yeah, we got both of my grandfathers were military.
We're definitely supportive.
Yeah, man. It's very touching because I wrote this after my military brother and best friend committed suicide. Oh, shit, and man. There's a lot of stuff. And think about it. I served about 8 years in the military total, and so forth. 6 active. And during that time, you know, we've been through wars. We've been through a lot of events, and just myself had a witness friends committing suicide, not just my best friend, for other military brothers who were in my platoon, in my brigade. I mean, you know, and just imagine just me and my brigade. Imagine the other veterans that go through stuff and survive through war, survive or trying to fight, you know, adapting to civilian life. I had a friend of mine who got out and couldn't handle it through civilian life, and he had to go back in. It's almost like, and I don't want to put it into a different universe because we're going through talk a lot about universes these days, but it is, you know, we are attached to a whole different world that you guys don't get to see. A lot of people don't get to see. A lot of people don't get to know what's going on. But I guarantee you, what we do, it is the benefit of not just the United States, but all of the human race. Right. And some people don't know that, don't understand that. When you're allowed to bitch about gas prices, that's the right that, you know, a lot of us have suffered to give you. I mean, we could, and that's just simplifying things. I could go real deep, you know, where people always tell me, hey man, you know, what do you think about burning the flag? I said, I read stories where people, as their last will and right in the battlefield, wanted to clutch and hold the American flag and pray while they died. You know, there's more involvement, but we're blinded by, of course, people that are in the civilian world and the government, of course, but no one ever listens to our story. And if we do listen to our story, it's usually when we're active, because we are controlled for what we say when we're active. And active means when you're serving. So it's hard to tell your mind. But anyway, check out the book, man. A Veterans Homecoming book. I have a Facebook page. We're going to raise a lot of money from the sales of the book and people attached to it to help veterans, homeless veterans battling with PTSD, their families. And at the same time, we're going to put money in to film a movie, make it a film. And again, you know, I've been turned. It's about 5-6 years, man. I had this on stage. I've written so many different copies. I've had other writers come in and help, and I had to finalize it. And deals were given, man. I turned down a lot of deals just because it's not about a merchandise and making money off of it. It's literally about helping people, and the helping veterans part, these companies didn't want to attach it to because they were giving out money, you know, and they want to get all the sales and everything.
Oh, yeah. Self-centered, power-hungry, money-hungry, corporate America.
Yeah, dude, corporate America, let me tell you.
Well, I appreciate it. Well, thank you for serving our country for sure.
Yeah, very much.
You know, it's good, man, and we still serve while we get out. You know, people don't know that we still do the same thing.
I feel like our government could do a lot more to help our troops out because it's a different world when you get out of the military.
It is. I'll give you a good example. When I got out of the Army, my buddy that couldn't handle the civilian life was working for Gibson Guitar, and I was getting out, didn't know where to go. We don't get too much counseling, and I mean, there's a lot of things, but Gibson actually agreed for him when he leaves that I go in and replace him. And in the beginning, you know, as I'll tell you the different mindsets that we are, this is where the universe splits kind of deal. When I started as a sander, which is you prep the guitar to get painted. You know, we had to do about 300 and something guitars a week. I was doing over 300 and something guitars within 2 days.
Damn.
They had to slow me down. And you get that term you see in the movies, hey, man, you're not in the military no more. You need to slow down. You're making people look bad and all that. That's not in my vocabulary, man. You know, I wake up to freaking be a superhero. Before I go to sleep, I got to make sure my mission's done. So it's like that to the point within a year, you're supposed to get into which they call adjusting. You know, you put the guitar together, you adjust it, you clean it up, you know, do the whole thing. I was doing that within less than 2-3 months. And of course, you know, I had to slow down so much that they just immediately put me to doing all the guitars for the Stars. I'll go up to work and they're like, hey, Kid Rock needs this by 3:00 p.m. And I'm literally building Kid Rock's guitar. You know, it is a painted piece of wood. And I solder all the compartments. I put the plugs. I do the guitar, strings, straighten the neck. Everything possible that you could do to a guitar when it's just a piece of wood and put it together to make it sound, including all the mechanics and everything. That's what I did. And I did it for Aerosmith, ZZ Top. I did it for Aerosmith. I mean, you name it, Motley Crue. I did it for everybody. Lenny Kravitz. One of the good things is I did a guitar for Keith Urban. And the night I went home, still had the fresh smell of the guitar in my hand. Turned on the CMA Awards, and there he was playing my guitar. So, you know, cool stuff like that, you know. And it was just a matter of trying to adapt. You know, I had to do, most of these people did like 24 a day to get out the door. And I was doing all the artists and stuff. And I was doing like 50-something guitars within the day. You know, Chet Atkins guitars, everybody's, you know, BB King's, Lucille's. I did everybody's guitar. I still got my ID. People said I should auction it, you know, put it out. I still got my Gibson ID. I got out of the Army. So yeah, man, and that's what it is with veterans, man. And I'm blessed to be a part of a growing entertainment organization that I call a company. It is the Hiya Nation, and I express it through an anti-bullying yell, which is Hiya, and everybody gets in it, you know.
I got to share Crystal's comment. She said, you have an amazing, humble soul. She's proud to call you her friend, and she cannot wait for the book release.
Sweet. Crystal's saying that because she gets free shit from me. That's why. She's not going to get a free damn book. She knows it.
I was going to say, I'm going to have to get your contact because I'm going to need a copy of the book, but I'll pay you for it. I'm not asking for free shit.
No, seriously, Crystal and Ken, I love you guys. You guys are fantastic human beings. I am going to continue to have you guys part of my entertainment family, man. out of nowhere, they said yes to help me with Slattery. You know, no pay or nothing. We were just trying to get it done. And bam. And every time I'm in town in Arkansas, they're the first to holler at me. You need something to eat. You need a place to crash. You know, whatever, man. And of course, their son James, brother James. I mean, it's all good, you know, and that's how we do it.
Yeah,
well, if you're ever in Louisiana, you have me on Facebook. So if you ever need a place to stay or anything to eat, my house is open.
What part of Louisiana you live in?
I am about 30 minutes outside of New Orleans. I'm on the North Shore.
Here's the deal. I love the best food that I have eaten. I mean, I traveled a lot for a while, and I filmed a lot in Louisiana, Baton Rouge, Ghana, down in Lafayette, whatever it is, Lafayette. And hey, dude. You go into a dark alley and find some fried chicken or some gumbo or something, I guarantee you, I don't care how many freaking flies you got to wade through to get through the front door. It's some delicious shit. Amen, oh, my God.
Brother. Amen.
Guarantee good food, man.
My neighbors do crawfish bowls quite a lot, and let me tell you, they add all kinds of stuff to it, man. They get like cheesy hot dogs and stuff, and Carl and them, they be like, man, we eat crawfish. I said, you ain't had crawfish until you've had Louisiana crawfish, okay?
Yeah, buddy.
This shit down here is different.
Let me tell you, wow! It's fucking the hell out. Like, what the hell are you doing? Like, shit just
drip it out.
Hit the nerves, boy. It seems to go like this. And your mouth goes. It's I don't even put freaking hot lips burning, that hot secret sauce.
Damn cayenne pepper.
Well, then people are like, God dang, what's that crack addict going at him?
He ain't playing, brother. That should have numb your damn lips.
It's
so hot.
And it's all worth it. Come that morning, first smell of coffee, you're ready to shit about 3 gumbos and half a Louisiana blessing. Let me have a what? 4 flusher guaranteed.
Yeah, it ain't no fucking joke. Oh man. Yeah,
this has been a great conversation.
I love it down here.
They're like, people are like, what the hell did I just tune into? This ain't the kind of stuff. This ain't Jesus stuff, is it? What's going on here?
Yeah.
So you're talking about shit, but it's one of them kind of podcasts.
Yeah,
exactly.
We keep people on their fucking toes around here, okay? We share our opinions. We have no filter. We tell it like it is if we can, and just have fun. Excuse me.
That's good, man. That's good. That's the way to do it.
We've already had a wrestler on here, and we've already had a Dusty Rhodes impersonator. I'm sure.
Really? That's awesome.
I'm sure they've already realized. I'm sure they've realized. I don't think this is church.
Yeah. I don't know though. Dusty could have got you there. I tell you what, Dusty was. Oh, he was spot on. He was.
Was he? That's good shit.
Great. I do want to ask,
right there, buddy. That's some legendary wrestling. You know, I've been watching wrestling since I was 9, and you know, all the cool cats are pretty much out of the cage kind of deal, away and retired. You know, and now everybody asks me, "Who's your favorite wrestler?" I said, "Man, I don't know if you know him. It's old school." And they're like, "Who?" I say, "Hands of Stone, Lonnie Garvin, one of my favorite wrestlers." You know, and that's like old Georgia wrestling. You know, all that stuff. But yeah, man. I
grew up on that one. I grew up on that stuff.
That's some good stuff, man. You know, original names. You know, I think I scared Kevin Nash one day because I told more about his childhood than he knew about. Like, oh shit, you know, freaking out. You know, because when you get to be a celebrity at these conventions, you know, I meet all these guys and all these people and other celebrities, and I'm like, yeah, man, can I remember you played basketball at Tennessee and all that? He's like, oh shit. This ain't no question, buddy. This is some serious shit. I know the store in the corner where you got that liquor from.
Look, I'll throw a name up to you. The first wrestler that me and Crystal ever saw was the Great Kabuki.
The Great Kabuki. Oh, nice. Dude, that's freaking ancient.
No shit, that's ancient.
I got to ask you, what do you think of Ric Flair wanting to have one last match?
He needs to do it, dude. He needs to do it. But the thing is age and all. I mean, did you guys see his training videos?
Yes.
The dude's he's still. I mean, he's still doing it. But and it's never over until you give up, man. And tell you the truth, Ric Flair and the Steamboats and all them guys that for the Horsemen, all that, bro, that was traditional wrestling. Von Erichs, all these people like Ric Flair and all them guys, they started when there was really nothing. Wrestling's been around since black and white kind of wrestling days.
Right.
And all these barriers were not even breaking, but Ric Flair and all them guys, they broke the barrier. They broke more of the barrier, introducing all these, later led to hardcore matches, ladder matches, all these crazy stuff. And them guys were making $0. They were living off their merch and their name, and they were doing it, man. And he could do it. He could keep going. No matter what, Ric Flair is like the Marvel version of Spider-Man. No matter how much you reboot it, everybody's going to still go see it. Guaranteed. Guaranteed, man.
Yeah,
and
they
it's
already
good.
sold out
It's
one
good.
arena.
I think his daughter need to quit. She's beautiful. I think Charlotte is beautiful and all, but boy, that cosmetic, she's changing herself. I don't know.
Yes, that plastic.
I don't know. 90 degrees heat out here. I guarantee you, she can't go outside more than 15 minutes without melting.
I fucking agree.
I just agree. Next thing you know, I'm gonna get some. Yeah, I heard what you said, motherfucker.
Well, you haul fucking plastic. It happens.
She's married to what's his name?
Andrade. I don't ever say his last name right.
He lives in Nashville. They all live in Nashville.
Yeah. So,
who else lives in Nashville now?
Miro.
I know Sheamus does. Miro.
No. Of course, Jeff Jarrett still lives out here. Jeff Jarrett lives down the road. Undertaker, aka, his ex-wife, his first wife lives up. Yeah, Sarah? No, before Sarah.
Oh,
he hasn't. Yeah. He's got his kid looks just like him. His first kid looks just like him. That true story. You know what? I could say this. I don't give a shit. But so here's what happened. A military brother of mine was dating. Was screwing Undertaker's ex first wife, and he goes. He's like, he said no filter. So here we go. He was like, I swear to God, man. He goes, I just broke up with her. I was like, why? He goes, number one, the freaking Undertaker's kid looks just like him. It's like looking at him. It's like, and then he goes, man, when I fucked his wife, Undertaker must have a huge ass dick. I was like, why? He goes, man, fucking his old lady, his ex old lady's like fucking a jar of mayonnaise. I'm like, oh no! Don't tell me that. No filter. No filter. You're not gonna see jars of mayonnaise no more ever again.
I don't eat mayonnaise anyway, but God damn. Oh.
True story. I can't help it. True story. I didn't twiggle on that when Twitch did and changed it. That's true. That's what military guys talk about. We're in the field.
Oh yeah. So I want to ask, and I hope it's not too personal. I want to know a little bit about your heritage.
My heritage. I was born in Puerto Rico, raised in Lorain, Ohio, joined the Army, college, and everything. I'm full Puerto Rican. I know 2 languages. You could do 3 if you talk ghetto. So,
there you go. Well, you obviously know sarcasm too, so maybe you do 4.
Yeah. That's a good.
I mean, we are fluent in sarcasm around here.
That's hilarious. It sounds too.
I wasn't trying to be a fit. I was asking because I have a friend who works with my wife, and he is Puerto Rican, and that's why I wanted to know, because I thought for sure. I said I watched one of your videos the other day on Facebook, and I said he has got to be, he's got to have some Puerto Rican heritage, because you reminded me so much of my wife's coworker. And I was like, you know, that's cool. And I want to ask you about that because a lot of people don't think about it, but you know, wrestling and entertainment bring all the races together, and it needs to be like that. It needs to be a big family. And I say share the passion of pro wrestling. That is, you know, that's my catchphrase, I guess, when we do these podcasts, because really it doesn't matter if you're gay or any of that. You know, when you're in the wrestling business or entertainment, you just kind of accept everybody for who they are, and you become brothers and sisters in this business. And you know, I feel like right now, just by getting to talk to you and the few that we've already talked to, that, you know, I've made 3 new friends that I could go hang out with and have a hell of a good time, because you guys have been so awesome, and we've actually got to really pull the camera back a little bit and get to know y'all personally.
Right.
And that's what makes it the best.
That's the thing, man. I am. Look, I could go on with my sob story and all that stuff, you know, but I've been raised for love for everybody. Anybody's personal lifestyle and everything, you know, that's your life, dude. That's your soul, you know. But why argue? Why waste all that argument, you know, and hurting each other? Continue to create walls, continue to create, you know, stereotyping and all that stuff. We should just continue to embrace each other, and that's part of what we do. When I always talk about the Hiya Nation, and we yell, go Hiya, here we go, you know, and we just get motivated. And what people don't understand behind that, that's just a small whisper behind that. I had messages where people said, "Thank you, I was going to commit suicide that day. Oh my God, I battle with depression, or what? This is my lifestyle. This is the way of life. I don't know how you accept it and people don't." And it's because we're bred in different angles of life, that people believe that their way is the right way.
Right.
And then we forget that it's our life. We create our own roads. We create our own decisions. We could take everything that we are bred into and research it and know what we feel is the truth. At the same time, when we say and talk to you about the truth, we want them to know, look, this is how I feel is the truth, but you could take my truth, add it to your research, and see where your truth is. You know, and that's kind of like what we need to do more in life. If we push a lot of people's beliefs and into one thing, I love Jesus. My brother loves Buddha. My other brother loves the universe. I got friends that are hardcore religion. Some people don't believe in God. My brother don't believe in God and stuff. So, who am I to point out, this is where you need to do, this is where you're going to go, this is how it's going to happen, this is the way it's going to. No. Why am I building a wall? Right. Pretty soon I'm going to have a wall so damn thick, nobody's going to listen to me but myself. Nobody's going to, oh, that's that crazy dude, don't talk to him, man, just blow him off. But that's just me, man. With me being involved in, and of course it's all stereotype racism, everything's involved in entertainment. When you get into a higher chapter of entertainment, it's because it's about money. It's not about corporate America. It's corporate America. No matter if it's labeled Walmart or labeled a certain studios, it's money. And when you get to that point, it's kind of, you forget where you come from. So my love, don't get me wrong, man, I love it. I love the entertainment business, but my main passion is to stay in the independent realm and grow the independent circuit where I have more control. I could do my movies, I could tell my story, I could have my own interviews. I don't have to be told, hey man, if you want to lose your contract with so and so, you want me to, and that's what I want to do. At the same time, people don't understand that through all this COVID, all this governmental crazy shutdown, all this stuff, that I don't talk politics, religion much, but you have to understand that small businesses, entrepreneurs got targeted and hit the most. And as much as we blinded our eyes, corporate America made more money off of us in all area of directions, to the point where people didn't care about more. They just went for the money. Hey man, I'm gonna go to the cheapest route. I know I can't get this. I'm going to go the cheapest route, even though it's this corporate company's thing. And, you know, every corner store or everything's closed. Walmart was open, Target was open, and all these other supermarkets, all these other corporate America stuff was open. But at the same time, we're being bred a certain different information where Joe's corner store couldn't open, Jim and Jack's bar couldn't open, you know, wrestling, independent wrestling couldn't open. I mean, I could go on and on. So I would like to give back, and I continue to give back. And I think the only way I can is to be more involved in the independent circuit, you know, writing books, doing movies, doing shows, you know, live events, and continue to support people around, because that's what I do, man. Everywhere I'm circled in Arkansas, anything around Arkansas, you know, our local hires, you know, people want to make movies. They're like, I can be a movie. Well, we're shooting a movie in Jonesboro next year. Keep a holler, you know. So just understand that, man. If anybody's out there want to put in on something to donate or want to put in and do something right, look at what's around you. Look around the small businesses or the independent circuit.
Speaking of donating, you said y'all were taking donations for your book. Is there a place that people can go to donate to you for your book?
I haven't set up much. Of course, everybody's got all these apps that I do. I do Cash App, Venmo, and all that. And all these apps are separate account from my personal account. So I promise you, I don't use this money for nothing else but the whole deal of the Haya Nation and all the stuff that's attached to it. So yeah, and what I do is every donation I give back, man. People want autographs. People, you know, some people get surprise things. We're like, oh my God, he done gave me like the shirt he wore in a movie or something. So it's kind of like that. But you can check me out on social media. Holler at me. I do all my stuff is got my first and last name. The Cash App, the Venmo. The PayPal is Cirillo7 Entertainment. You know, and just holler at me. I would love to represent. And if there's a lot of independent small businesses out there, I would love to come out and do signatures for you guys, man. Autographs, boost you guys' whole deal up, you know. Part of that money to support the tour is to pay for that, you know. Got to pay for the gas, got to pay for the hotel. Unless you guys got some good, you know, extra room at your house, I'll be happy to go in there. But, you know, I'll be pooping a lot, so your water bill will go up. So anyway, I can put some jokes in there, get you guys back in the mood. But hey, yeah. So please, you know, holler at me. Check out any upcoming things. Check out the page. And a Veterans Homecoming is going to come out. It's going to change the world. And I'm sure it's going to be a great movie when we finally get it finalized for a movie. You know, this is my second book, you know, coming out. The first book was Zombified, The Headhunter, which the second book of Zombified is coming out this fall in time for Veterans Homecoming. You know, it's with my friend Kendra Souter. So it's gonna be busy this fall promoting and sell. You know, I'm gonna sell myself a lot.
Well, like I said, if you're ever down in the Louisiana area, you holler at me. We'll hook up. I'll see if I can get the neighbor to boil some crawfish, and we'll have us a hell of a good time, brother.
Let's do it, dude. I wear the big high boots as long as I don't get bit by some gators. Some of y'all crazy. I see people that's 14 years old jumping in some swamp, run for the gators. I don't understand it. It's just, you know, I see a gator. It's more, I'm scared of snakes. I tell you, I don't care what kind of damn snake. You know, sometimes when I go pee, I scare myself.
We appreciate you coming on, man.
I appreciate you guys, man. Support. Love you guys. Thank you for having me, bro.
Hey, thank you. We appreciate it. Keep sharing that passion, man. We appreciate it, and much love.
Hey, live life, follow your dreams, and always be you. Hiya.
Hiya, brother. Have a good one.
You too.
Man, that was awesome. I didn't know what to expect, and I really had fun with him. He was God. And I had to ask about his heritage. Me and my wife were talking, and I showed her the video, and he really did remind me of Jose, her coworker. And I was like, man, excuse me. between the Mexican food and the Coke, I've got heartburn going on over here. I said they've got to be related, or he's got to have some Puerto Rican heritage or something, because they talked the same and they did certain things that just, I was like, God, they've got to be, there's something there. But plus, I love getting to know people. I like to know people's heritage. I'm weird. When we were in Panama, I would sit there and talk to the people from Jamaica just to get to know them and what it was like. I'm that person. Okay. I'm going to ask you, hey, where are you from? I love your fucking accent, because I'm that, you know what I mean? It's just, you know, I like to know people. It's not that I'm trying to be weird, and I'm damn sure not racist. I mean, I've got, you know, I have a child with Mexican heritage, so that doesn't bother me at all. But I just like to know people. I like to, you know, I just like to learn here. I love history, so that helps too. If they can tell me a lot about history, I love history. Sending our link over to the next guest that is available, which would be our 215 guest. Hopefully he gets it. You might want to send him a message, let him know.
I just got done texting with Buster. He's going to be doing his while he's driving down the road.
Hey, that sounds great. I've done that shit before.
So this should be entertaining.
Just don't have a fucking wreck. Get one of them things and put it up in the window and like be driving down the road looking at it. I've done that before. I want to shout out your sister for hooking us up with Santiago.
Yeah, I'm glad I thought about that.
That was incredible. I watched one of his videos and I was like, man, he's gonna be interesting on the show. Like, he's like me. He's loud. He likes to he gets into it. And I'm like, this is going to be fun. Like, he's going to be an interesting guest, and I'm ready for it. And man, he
very interesting.
Yes, it's just a fucking hilarious guy. I really hope he has something that happens and he has to come to Louisiana, because I'd really love to just have him around. He would fit right in at a crawfish bowl with him and a little bit of beer. I can guarantee you, we would all be out here laughing our asses off, because he's just fucking entertaining as hell. I did get a new guest that's going to join us tomorrow after 4.
Okay.
He is a local guy around the Mississippi, Alabama area. He kind of does photography and camera work for some of their shows. But here we go. We got our next guest on. I'm going to bring him up, let you take over. I'm going to step out for a minute and check on my kid.
What's up, you piece of crap?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing fine. You've messed up now. You signed in. You're really getting fucked with today.
I'm excited.
How you been doing?
Pretty good, man.
I gotta wait till my partner gets back. He has to check on a sick child.
I hear you.
Of course, something's gonna happen when you decide to do something like this. You know.
Of course. Yeah, shit happens.
So,
how you been doing?
So you, well, you know, I'm having surgery Tuesday.
Well, good luck.
I gotta have an ear because apparently I don't listen too well. And I'm getting a little thing right here cut off my eye, and other than that, I'll be fine. You know, just living the dream.
I hear you.
Not going to any wrestling shows. Once you go to APW, man, you pretty much can't beat that.
Yeah, kind of sets the standard a little bit.
Right. I didn't know you was refereeing over at OCW.
Oh yeah. Just anything to get in the ring, more and be able to put in some work. I kind of look at it like paying your dues. Getting in there and learning the business and everything.
Right. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, there were times where when I was wrestling, there was times where I was not put on the card, and I just had to go ahead and just suck it up and, hey, well, put me as a referee or something.
Right. Fill in anywhere you can.
I ended up refereeing a couple of matches and stuff like that. So, I do whatever I can do. But now you're fixing to get hammered because you hurt me in Greenbrier.
Now I'm coming to wherever the fuck y'all are having a show, and I'm going to have to throw a fireball at you and lay your ass out with a chair like I did that fucking cameraman at KAIT. Fuck that cameraman.
I love it. Bring it, baby. I love it.
I'm a wizard.
Well, I'm a Viking.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. How you doing?
Good. Now that I got back from the restroom, we've been on for 2 hours, and I had to go pee finally.
Yeah, we've been on the show for 2 hours. I'm limiting my liquid intake.
I hear you.
So
I'm outside. I got a drink.
There you go.
So
I can't be inside. I got too many kids.
Hey, I know that feeling.
I know one of them start trying to steal my belt, man.
Yeah, they don't steal anything. They'll take your head if you let them. Yes. That's why I'm outside.
Mine have taken my mental stability several times.
So when did you start training to wrestle, man?
Man, it's been about, I think it was right at the beginning of fall last year. I got on, y'all had Smitty on here earlier. He actually brought me into it to meet Buster and everybody at APW.
That's awesome.
Okay. And?
Well,
you gotta lead it. I can lead it. I can lead you in, but you gotta start drinking from there, brother.
Well, I grew up watching wrestling on Monday nights with my dad. WCW. As soon as the commercial break hit, we was in the floor wrestling. My dad would do the same thing. He'd be laying on the couch. As soon as commercial hits, he just rolls over. Boom, he's in the floor, and we all pounce. And we so that's how I fell in love with the wrestling. But I went to a lot of indie shows around here when I was growing up too, but it didn't really have the same feel to me. A lot of the guys, there's a lot of hardworking guys out there doing it, but at the time it just really didn't grab me. And I learned about how I could get on with Smitty, and I thought, yeah, boy, I'll get on there, sign my name on the line, and go throw around some drunk rednecks, But I learned real quick that these are trained professional athletes. So,
and sometimes you learn that the hard way.
Yeah, well, I learned it quick. Okay, when you got somebody like Smitty picking you up over their head, and people don't pick me up. I'm 250 plus. I'm a big guy. Okay, and then you got somebody like Smitty picking you up over their head and slamming you down on a freaking mat. You realize shit quick.
Hell yeah.
But and a lot of people, when they learn that lesson, they turn around and walk out. Like, whoo, done.
Can't handle
it. It's kind of exciting to me to know that now I'm actually in the opportunity to get around and throw around with real professional athletes, man. So I'm excited about it.
I will say you have a great look.
Do what?
Go ahead.
He said you ugly as hell, man.
No, I didn't. I said he has a great fucking look. You're going to get fucking burnt, Carl. Shut up.
So, you were saying, back when y'all was watching it on Monday nights and watching on WCW stuff like that, reminded me of a story. So, I was wrestling on a Friday night, and I was in a hair match. Whoever got pinned had to lose their hair. Well, Mabel was my tag partner, and he turned on me. So he splashed me, caused me to lose the match. Turns around, throws a chair in the ring, gets on the microphone, and says, "Sit your fat ass down and get your fucking head shaved." So,
oh man, I'd have been upset.
So we did the turn because he was going to be on Raw the following Monday, that Monday night, and he was wrestling Ken Shamrock. So we turned around. I always went to my grandpa's house to watch it with him. Well, he was there Friday night, and then when Monday night came around, he's sitting there over. He goes, "I can't stand that fat son of a bitch." Blah 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 blah. And then I turned around. I'm sitting there, and I'm like, "Oh, that was pretty cool." You know, he turned around. Shamrock hit him put the ankle lock on him. So he tapped out. Shamrock won the match. Next thing I know, Grandpa's moving the coffee table into the kitchen and clearing out the front room, and my grandma's in the bedroom watching TV. And he turns around. All right, son, get down on your belly. Then he turns around. He starts locking me in the ankle lock. Grandma comes in there. And she goes, "Junior, what the hell are you doing to our baby?" He goes, "I teach this boy how to whoop somebody's ass."
By God, boy. Yeah.
So now you're refereeing. So when did you start refereeing over at OCW?
I've probably been doing that about 3-4 months now. I try to make it about every weekend up there.
I gotta ask. Let me see the ponytail. Is it a braid?
Oh yeah.
Fuck yeah! Looky there.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I got some Viking beads that I wrestle in. Now those are my awards.
Look, I gotta share this with you. My wife.
Yes.
I got my Viking mug, and I got a Viking shot glass.
Fucking Christ.
Yes,
sir.
Oh,
baby, I love it.
Look, I got my Odin ring. I've got my Ravens that I wear. Hell yeah.
Heck yeah, dude. That's awesome.
I got my JR. I just got my JR book. That's all I got going for me over here.
And you don't even know how to read.
I mean, I'm a sucker.
Look, he'd be the easiest person to whoop his ass because if he takes his glasses off, he can't see that far in front of his face. Okay.
That's what I was aiming for, was them glasses, man.
Yeah, once you knock him off his fucking face, he's an easy target.
Yeah, he found that out over at Greenbrier.
Oh shit! No, I love it. I love history, and my wife and me. I watched the Viking show on the History Channel, and then I started doing some research, and I found out that we had Viking heritage and some other things, and so I was like, that's fucking cool. Like it's good to know. And then I seen your character, and I was like, and that's the kid that was picking on you. I'll have to burn him before I can hit him because he's fucking bigger than me. I mean, I'm big, but not like you. I mean, I'm fat in the belly. I'm catching up with my brother over there. You know, I'll be laying on bed rest soon too.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the elephant in the room.
What's that?
You're the first. Okay, your first match ended up giving me the most views.
Heck yeah.
On my YouTube channel. We're over 3,000 views on it.
Hell yeah, good deal.
Awesome.
He has some matches, I will say.
And we were sitting there going back and forth. I think for that whole week, me and you was just sitting there, never really text each other a lot. Yeah. Never even text each other at all. And then all of a sudden we're sitting there texting each other back and forth like, dude, we're at like 1,000. Dude, we're at 1,200.
1.5, dude. We're building
1.5. And now we're up to 3.
I will say I've been sharing a lot of your videos with the GCW guys that I talk to a lot with Twitter. They love a lot of the APW product that you've been sharing and a lot of y'all's matches down there. So y'all are really doing a good job. Y'all are really an old school show to me. It's got that maybe not old school show, but the old school soul.
Right. Because
y'all really get in the ring. And especially guys like you and Smitty, y'all really knock motherfuckers around. Like, y'all, it just, I'm impressed. And like I told Smitty, I can't wait to come meet you in person and get to check out the show and make that drive up one day.
Heck yeah, man. I look forward to it. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, as soon as I joined APW, that was something I learned real quick. You know, these are a lot of old school guys, and, you know, they're OGs in the business, and I'm really lucky to be learning from them the way I am. I mean, if it wasn't for them, you know, whenever I learned the lesson about these are professional athletes, if it wasn't for them, I'd be out.
Right.
But I really got faith that they're teaching me a lot. You know, I could see it all the time. So, I mean, I kind of got out the best situation, really. So, pretty excited about it.
So your first match was what? November was? Well, actually, I know it was November the 27th, and now it's what, July?
That was at the Battle Bowl was my first event.
No. Your first match was. Hold on, man. Did I go back? Did I didn't go back far enough? Your first match was in Greenbrier.
Right. Yeah.
He hit you in the head too hard, and you done fucking forgot.
It fucking happens.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a multiple concussions. I want to give a shout out to my niece, Mackenzie Bowman. She's watching. Love you, sweetheart. Hadn't got to see them in a long time either. I moved away 2 years ago, so I don't get to see everybody very often. Sorry.
On back down here then. You should hit me in the head with a chair.
Me get hit in the head with a chair, or you?
No, me getting hit. You done
Oh yeah, I mean you might not get up for a minute.
When I meet you.
you may not get up for a minute. The last guy, let's see what his excuse was. He had Carl, correct me if I'm wrong, he had neurological damage, a concussion, what
and
else?
Brandon Baxter, and then you caused Brandon Baxter to have to take him around and meet Lawler
right,
now.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, if you hit me in the head with a chair and I ain't seeing stars, I'm gonna hand you another one. All right. Come on.
Sounds good. See that me and you are definitely gonna get along. I am that way. If you lay that shit in, shit in. Hit me, motherfucker.
I've had people hit me in a full sprint. I turn around to see them coming. I just boom. I'm still standing up, baby. You're gonna be scared before I am.
I had my brother hit me with a fucking, not Titanic, but Matt Bowman one time hit me with a guitar and split my fucking head. One of the bridges was still in it or some shit.
Ooh,
split my fucking head. That damn gash was like an inch long. And I swear to God, you could stick that much of your finger in it. And Psycho, this was years ago. Psycho and Pappy were sitting there, and I think Arnez and Idle Bang, it's good for the business, kid. That shit's good. It looks great. Oh my God, I can see your skull.
Lick the blood off your face.
Yeah. It was fucking everywhere. And I was like, that's good shit. I was nervous at first, and I was all excited because everybody's like, it's good for the business. There's a pool of blood in the fucking ring. I'm like, holy fuck, I'm dying.
Yeah, you know, WWE always had to say, don't try this at home. You know, we didn't care about none of that. We was trying it at home. And,
don't tell us not to try it because we're going to.
Yeah, if you tell me don't try it, I'm going to do it.
My big brother went to powerbomb me on the bed. And when he was coming down, he realized there was a bunch of toys up there. So he tried to pull back and make me miss the bed. But when he did, the bed frame had a metal hook.
Oh,
and it went
shit.
right in the back of my head. He had to grab my head and pull it off the post.
Holy
And he
fuck.
held the back of it with a rag with one hand, and he held my mouth shut with the other hand. He was afraid he was going to get in trouble. I'm just bleeding out, you know.
Don't scream, you little bitch.
Yeah, he's like, hang on. You're fine. You're good.
I'll get the super glue.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kinsey, your dad was the one that hit me with the fucking guitar. Comments going off.
So, what's your what you look for in the future for your character, man?
Man, I just want to wrestle everywhere. I mean, I feel like that's part of the Viking aspect of it. I love APW. I plan on doing as much as I can there. But I want to go all over the place. I want to wrestle everywhere. Raid.
There you go.
I got connections, man. We got connections, man. We can help you out on anytime when you're ready to trying to scoot over to another place while APW ain't running, and
right.
We can get you places.
Reach out to some of the shows.
Yeah, Smitty's getting around.
APW's got a lot of doors that can open for me. So I mean, I'm
right.
It's the path's laid out. I just got to walk it.
There you go.
Exactly. Yeah, because I've started to notice. I'd be like, did I miss a show or something? Oh no, you're good. Okay, well, why do I feel like I need to be at this show? Because you're there.
Right? Well, maybe you need to start following them everywhere they go.
Man, I ain't got that kind of gas money.
I know shit. But definitely, man. Like I said, we got a guy that works for a company down here in, I believe it's part Alabama and part Mississippi, or maybe it's just Mississippi. GCW, Diamond Championship Wrestling. He does a lot of their internet media and stuff. He's going to be on the show tomorrow. But anytime you want to venture down this way, I'll put out feelers and find out who's needing guys, and definitely try to help you get booked, man.
For real.
My thing is share the passion of pro wrestling. It brings everybody together as a group, no matter what. And my wife gets a little mad at me sometimes because I start talking about getting back in the ring, and she's like, "Babe, your health," and I'm like, "Babe, I can get fixed. I'll be all right." and then she's like, "Okay, fine, whatever." And then I don't do it, but I like to go and I like to hang out, and so I fucking and offers always open. My house is open to you guys anytime y'all need a couch down here in Louisiana. So
yeah, they say you're knocking about 20 years off your body in this business, but
no shit.
If I ain't doing what I love, I ain't really worried about that last 20 years either.
There it is.
Let's go.
Exactly. Amen. Lord knows I've knocked a lot of years off my body.
Let's not talk about the years I've knocked off mine.
Hey, you're getting back in the ring at some point, Titanic. We got to. I just want to so bad. Me and you, one day. I want to see. You done told me what all you can do to me.
You got two challenges now, Titanic. Yeah, it's gonna have to get back in the gym and get in shape.
You obviously ain't seen none of my stuff. You obviously not seen any of the matches on YouTube, have you?
Hey, look up the Extreme Infant.
Somebody threatens me, I'll look them up. Okay?
I don't jump very high.
Me neither.
He don't bump very often either. Oh God! Look up the Extreme Infant.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Yeah, he used to do a gimmick called the Extreme Infant. He'd wear a diaper and he had a pacifier and all kinds of shit.
Definitely,
it's good shit.
Heck yeah!
You'll never see me the same. Look, I've got it. Look, I got to talking to Nix and Kilo one day, and I turned around. I was like, "I'll send you a video." I said, "Y'all will never see me the same again."
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready for it.
Man, I feel like we need to get everybody that we just did this fucking show with together and have like a big cookout and just everybody come down here to do
a whole hog on a bonfire.
Hell yeah!
I kind of feel like that's what this all is we get some of our best buddies on here. We're like, kumbaya.
Cheers.
Oh,
exactly.
Heck yeah, I dig it. I mean, that's the brotherhood aspect of wrestling that really threw me by surprise. I ain't gonna lie. It's there, it's strong too, and it's pretty great.
And you make a lot of friends in this business, and I say friends loosely, but you end up when you get to that point that you're not on the road every week, and Titanic, I'm sure you can vouch for this. When you don't see everybody every day like you normally would, you find out that you have about, a handful of friends that really, from the business that you take with you, that really matter. And that bond, and like I said, I'm sure Titanic can vouch for that bond, will stick with you for life. I mean, me and Titanic have been friends for probably 22, 23 years now, maybe.
I'm 43 now.
Yeah, I'm 33, so.
And you got in when you were 16?
No, sir, 12.
12, my bad.
12. I was lying at a young age, motherfucker.
So, yeah, we've known each other for 20-something years now.
Yeah. And I count him. He's my brother from another mother, man. And
hey, man,
if I need a place to stay, I can count on him. He can count on me.
I will definitely say this. When I was invited to come to APW, I just felt like I was just going to be like an outsider there, just doing some videos and stuff like that. But
you're
really took me in.
Part of AEW, man. You are.
I really got pulled in, man. Y'all just grabbed me and pulled me in, and jeez, It's like,
I mean, you do a lot of good work.
I'm waiting for September to get here. It's kind of like a family reunion, man.
Right?
Yeah, this summer's been too long.
No, I know, man. Hell, I think it's supposed to be 215 degrees this week.
Yeah. Oh, let's not talk about that. Good God.
I'm be outside avoiding my children.
Right. I stay here in the office. And my wife's like, God damn it, you ever gonna come out of that office? And I'm like, the kid's ever gonna behave? Nope.
Well, man, thanks for coming on. I know we got you on a little bit sooner than what we expected, but we've had some call in, so
I got
we just gotta
roll with the punches. That's what happens.
Just gotta roll with it.
Heck yeah. All right, man. I appreciate y'all having me on here, man. It was a blast, and I look forward to getting to meet you whenever you get to come on down to APW, man.
Hell yeah, I look forward to it. We're gonna have to definitely.
And I look forward to whooping your ass.
Well, me too, dog. Let's go. Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
I'm out.
I don't know whose corner I'll have to be in for that match. I look forward to seeing that one. I don't know if I'm gonna be in his corner or yours. I think he could take you. I mean, now you got 2 challenges. So what do you think? You gonna get back in the ring, Carl?
Well, the last time I told you when I decided to get in that ring, I was like, God damn, getting in them ropes just hurt.
I have not. Let's see. We went to the AEW show in New Orleans, and I stayed as far away as I could. Like, we were there hanging out with FTR, doing the meet and greet with the kids, and making sure they got to have fun. But I stayed as far away as I could because I knew the wife was watching.
Right. And
I didn't want her to think, oh, he's getting that itch. He's wanting back in the ring.
He's itching.
And, I bought our belts from Ace, and I've been talking to him about some custom boots. And my wife says, you cannot buy them in a size that fits you. And I'm like, then what's the point in buying them? She's like, because, if you're going to buy them to display them in the office, babe, that's fine. If you want to put a pair of, your custom boots with your design on in the office, that's fine. But you can't buy them where they fit you because you can't get back in the ring. And I'm like, what she don't know won't hurt her, because I'm going to buy them maybe a size bigger just to make her think that they won't fit me. But I'm going to wear them motherfuckers at some point if I'm buying them, okay? It doesn't matter if I'm going out into my in-home gym to work out. I'm putting them motherfuckers on at some point just to see how it feels. Now, granted, I haven't stepped inside an actual ring in a while, but I've been boxing and wrestling around with the kids, trying to teach them a little bit of self-defense and shit for school next year. And yeah, I'm sore, but I think if I were to, she has surgery next Thursday, I think. Let me look, because I may not be able to do a show next Thursday.
I'll be recovering from mine anyway.
Yeah, she has surgery next Thursday on the 28th. No, yeah, the 28th, in 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Oh, so we can do a show next week.
Yeah, we can do a show next week, but it'll be the 28th, where I will be at the hospital all day. And if I do the show, I'll have to be very quiet or they'll kick me out. But I'll be there with her while she's having her surgery. But after her surgery and she gets released by the doctor, she's promised me that we're going to get back in the gym together and start working out. And I'm like, that's music to my ears, because I go out in the in-home gym and I can do a little bit, but it's not the same. You got to have a good workout partner. Mm-hmm. And having her not only as my life partner, but as my workout partner, she really motivates me, and it becomes a competition, and it pushes me to do more. So it helps. And she doesn't realize that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
I'm not watching on I'm watching on mine. Mm-hmm. You got any comments or questions off your page? Or
no questions right now. We got a bunch of comments. Of course, my little sweet niece, Mackenzie, my beautiful sweet niece, she has been commenting about the Matt Bowman incident where he hit me with the guitar. She remembers being there, her and little Matt and all that. And your sister was the last one to comment. Something about having company. Yeah, something about having company, and she'll be back.
Well, go ahead and send it to Buster. Go ahead and send the link to Buster, and let's see how this is going to go.
All right. I'll get our next guest on the phone machine here.
Because I got a little something I got to say to him.
What first name is Rick, right?
Ricky.
There it is. You got a little something to say to him, you say? I need to threaten him too?
No. He's a good guy.
I was just checking. I didn't know.
Look, when he turned around, he asked me if I wanted to fight at Cherry Valley. I seen Ashton up there behind him, and she was up on the top there, and she was like, no.
She's like, I'm not driving your ass home. No, don't fucking do it. Just going to throw this out there. If there's any wrestlers or promoters or anybody watching, if y'all want to get on the show, send me or Titanic a message, or add me on Facebook and send me a message. We can add you in today or tomorrow. Either one. We have plenty of time.
Clary said he would do a show. He would do it at another date. So
that's fine. I mean, I understand getting called into work. I mean, right now I don't have a shoot job, so I don't have that problem, thank God. But eventually down the road, I'm going to have a shoot job, unfortunately.
Well, everybody at my job knows that I'm doing this and not to call me.
There you go. That's how it works. My problem is I don't want to go somewhere where I'm not going to be the boss. You know what I'm saying?
I was like, figure it out.
Like, I hate working. I hate working for other people. I wish that I could open my own like wrestling shop or bar. I thought about opening a fucking strip club. Them things make real good money.
That's kind of what I'm going to invest in if I ever win the lottery.
I know, right? Like, you would be stupid not to. Like, if you invest in a fucking strip club and you get these hot babes out there shaking their ass, people be throwing money, and you know there's
plus the alcohol makes money. You make money selling alcohol too.
And food, if you sell food, I mean, there's ways to make bank on a strip club. I mean, fucking ridiculous.
Beer, wings, and women.
That's right. There you go. Speaking of wings, I have not put that picture up here. I'm glad you said something. Let me see if I can pull that up and get that sent over.
What was it called? Double K Wings?
Hold on and I'll tell you. Yes.
They're going to be on DoorDash. They'll be on DoorDash.
Double K Slamming Wings.
Well, we don't have to put the picture up just yet, but we could talk about it. They're going to be on DoorDash Monday in the Paragould Jonesboro area.
Okay. Well, I'm still sending it over and getting it ready. But Buster, as you call him, has gotten the link and he has seen it. So we are just waiting for him to log in. And I heard a beep.
He's probably doing it on the road.
There we go.
On the road. Oh, look at that pretty face.
And he's wearing a fucking Buccaneer shirt.
Yeah, well, that's his downfall.
They finally got a good quarterback. We won a Super Bowl.
Oh, shit. He's a fucking Tom Brady fan.
No, I'm not a Tom Brady fan. I'm a Buccaneer fan. We just happen to get a good quarterback. Sometimes you can sprinkle sugar on shit and you still got shit. Well, we got the sugar shit.
I love it. I fucking love it. That's great.
Okay, so you're going to Memphis. Where are we going to Memphis for?
I'm actually going to Memphis to do a little scouting today. I like going and just popping up places and not even tell nobody and just see what I can find.
That's smart.
That makes sense.
You never know. Let me.
We need to do that one weekend together.
Yeah, well, bring your ass to Louisiana.
We're at Louisiana.
About 30 minutes north of 30 minutes from New Orleans.
Yes, sir.
I got you. I've got in-laws in Ruston, Louisiana. Is the reason I asked you that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, any weekend you want to go, Carl, I'm open. That I just walk up into places and start watching wrestling and see what I see.
There you go. It's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
A lot of it.
What you see.
Woo! And then some of it is okay, you know.
Some of it's like, what the fuck did I just waste my time watching?
Man, there's actually a lot of talent there's actually a lot of talent in this area that's just super green and never was trained properly.
They just need somebody to polish them off.
Right. And there's a kid named Denzel Rollins. That kid's got a lot of upside to him.
Yeah, I've been to a AHCW show where he was at.
Yeah.
And
he's got a lot of upside.
Yeah, he had a really good match. I can't remember who he wrestled. I think he was wrestling Zay Washington.
Right.
So yeah, it was killer match.
I went over to a show in Memphis one night, walked in and seen him, and I was like, whoa, who's this big old fella? Just sort of paid attention. Then I've been going to Cape Championship Wrestling up Cape Girardeau, and he's been up there working quite a bit. I've been watching a little bit of that. Then I think he was on Legacy Pro over in Dyersburg a weekend or two ago, and hey, dude's got a lot of upside to him.
Yeah, I was going to go to Legacy and help record, but work.
So, how did you come about? Smitty said you trained with Dundee. How did you come about getting that and doing that? And
yes, man, this is a long, but it's educational. So back when Memphis Wrestling was going down to the Isle of Capri Casino down in West Helena, actually Lula, Mississippi, every Thursday night, man, me and my buddies used to go, and I'm talking about ham it up. I'm talking about pulling shirts off and just heckling and just giving it hell, man. We loved it. I mean, it was our Thursday night getaway.
Right.
And I knew this old girl, and I ain't gonna call any names. One of the bigger names that was on TV at the time was messing with this old chick that I knew. And she had said something to me before. She's like, "You really want to be a wrestler?" I was like, "Hell yeah, I want to be a wrestler." And so she come back to me the next Thursday, and she handed me a piece of paper. She said, "Here, call this number. Give you the instructions, yada, 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 and everything to go ahead." And so I called that number the next morning when I left. And it was Bill Dundee's phone number, and I called him. Saturday morning, he said, "You be I'll be there." So I said, "Okay." So I go to Memphis Saturday morning, and I'm sitting on the back row doing it. A few minutes later, comes out of the curtain, and he walks up and he says, "Hey, you the guy that's looking for Dundee wanting to wrestle?" I was like, "That's me." He said, "All right, Wednesday night at so-and-so time, we're going to leave my apartment in Memphis, and we're going to go to Jackson, yada, yada, yada." So I said, "All right." So that next Wednesday night, I go to Memphis. I meet about 5 different people that I had no clue was Tennessee, and I go forward with wanting to do this training and everything. And the rest is history. That's how that came about. A woman banging another wrestler got me into wrestling school, if that tells you anything.
The good old days.
Yeah.
The good old days.
And after I started training and got along and started riding around and doing my little driving deed or whatever, I met this old guy that was messing with this old girl, and I asked him about it, man, and he turned red, put his head down. He said, "I don't know what I was thinking." I said, "Well, I'm glad you did. I wouldn't be where I'm at right now." So, yeah, he was a little embarrassed about it, but at the end of the day, man, we just laughed about it. He kept on about his business. I never said another word.
There you go. So I'm gonna throw up a few pictures here. Y'all have got the Titanic.
Yeah, throw up pictures I sent you.
I'm working on it, you dick. Y'all have I swear to God, I'm gonna drive up there and whoop his ass. Y'all gonna have to book a match for the old people.
I'll help on that gas bill right there.
Oh! Did you hear that shit?
I hear you.
That'd be a dream come true. I'd love to wrestle my brother. I really would.
Right.
But let's see here. We got All Pro Wrestling. Y'all have a training. Y'all have a dojo.
We do.
And we've got a flyer here of it. Says if you ever want to be a wrestler, why wait? Contact us and get your journey started. It's awesome that y'all have that. I'm glad somebody around the Arkansas area is legitimately trying to train these people in the right way to do things. They can contact y'all at All Pro Wrestling ARC at yahoo.com or at All Pro Wrestling Club, which is your Facebook page. Incredible. And a lot of the guys that y'all are working with down there at APW, I've seen the videos that Titanic has shared. I can't wait to come up and meet all of y'all personally. I definitely am going to have to make that trip up. I've been impressed. Y'all have a good product, a good show going on.
Man, I thrive on that. I thrive on being professional. The one thing that I did learn from Dundee back in the day is if you look like mud, it's going to be mud.
Yep.
You know, plain and simple. I've always watched and sat back and watched how he handled things. I watched how Lawler would handle things from a distance. Just listening to people like Randy Hales teaching me, you know, small things here or there to do, what not to do, how to promote something within like schools and all this other kind of stuff. And man, it's been a journey that I never dreamed. I never dreamed of having an organization, a company, a wrestling school, none of this. But this guy named Matthew Banks shows up one day, and I knew his face from Facebook, but I never met the kid. And he says, "Hey man, I heard you had a wrestling ring." And I was like, "Yeah, I still ain't figured out how I ended up with that." I said, "But I've got one." He said, "Well, I just came home from New York to visit my mom, and COVID shut New York down, and I'm not going back, and I need a place to work out." And I was like, "Well, I've got a ring. I just don't have where to put it." And he said, "My buddy told me that you got a little small building down there that ring could go in." I said, "Man, I don't believe this ring is going to fit in this building." He said that ring could fit in that building.
You tell me Matthew knows more about you than you know you?
That's what I was looking at him when I was like that. But his buddy and me knew each other, you know, and he'd been a little fairly, I guess, knowledgeable of the area and me having a building. So he was like, "Hey, man, I want to come down and meet you one day. I want to go look at this building and see if that ring will fit in that building." I said, "Okay." And this building is a 40 by 70 by 4 by 12 metal building that my parents owned a dry cleaners in for years on end. It's nothing to look at. The building is an eyesore from out of this world. It's not the greatest building you'll ever see. If it rains outside, it rains inside.
I've been a few places like that.
But it's paid for, and there's no bills owed except for a light bill. That's it.
Hey, there you go.
But he come by, man. We introduced ourselves, shook hands, talked for a minute, walked inside. We got to measuring, and I was like, he's like, "This 16-foot ring." I was like, "Yeah." He said, "It'll fit." I was like, "Dude, it's not tall enough." He said, "Man, I don't care about being tall. We ain't jumping through the roof." And I said, "Touche, big boy." So we set that ring up in this building, and me and him got in there and, you know, just worked out a little bit and was talking about how he was trained and how I was trained and what his vision of the business was and what I liked about the old school way. And a few days later, Smitty's been a friend of mine for a long, long time. He's me and him's been up and down the road playing softball, wrestling events, the whole 9 yards. And he's always talked about wrestling. Always talked about it. And then he came in and worked out one weekend to see if he liked it. And this little Mexican kid walks in the front door and he says, "Mr. Ricky." I turned around and I knew his face. I knew who he was, but I didn't personally know the kid. I knew his mom and dad. And he said, "Somebody told me you got a wrestling school." And I said, "Young man, somebody's done told you a lie." He said, "Well, you got a ring? That means you got." I said, "No, sir." I said, "I've never in my life been one to want to train another kid as a pro wrestler." And I said, and then Sip was like, which is Matthew. He said, "Hold on just a minute." He said, "How bad you want to do this?" And that kid said, "I really want to be a wrestler." So he got him in the ring, you know, just basically the basic fundamental rope running, a bump, a roll, yada, yada, yada. And That kid got up and he was like, dude, I love this. This is awesome. I looked at him. I said, man, you don't know nothing about none of this. And he was like, no, I don't. But I want to learn. And that's pretty much where it started. And we've got 14 trainees in now over the last 2 years.
That's incredible.
Every Thursday and every Sunday, it's a ring full of people.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, that's incredible. And then the other one here, y'all do fundraisers as well.
We do
fundraisers for schools, senior class, club, Cub and Girl Scouts. Organizations, sports teams, etc. Again, that email is allprowrestlingarc@yahoo.com, or again at All Pro Wrestling Club on Facebook to do a fundraiser. Now, how far do y'all venture out, or are y'all going to venture out?
We've been to Greenbrier, Arkansas, which is about 40 miles north of Little Rock. We've, Cherry Valley, over in Mississippi a little bit here and there. We went to Little Rock and done the setup and stuff for the ring for the Catalina wine mixer a couple weeks ago for Kay Toomer.
Hell yeah.
He called me at the last minute, and he had some problems coming up. He was like, man, I'm in a bind. Somebody give me your number, told me you're a good dude. I said, what can I help you with? He told me, and I said, I'll be there Saturday morning at 9. We showed up. I brought some of my guys with me, set the ring up. A couple of them worked on the show. And, I mean, I'm anybody calls me with a problem and needs some help, if I can handle it, I'm going to take care of it, to make sure that this business in the state of Arkansas keeps growing.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, because I sure enough was quick to text you. It's like, did I miss a show or something?
You did. And I was like, no, we didn't miss a show, but one sure popped up on us like a little small rain shower.
It happens.
It does.
Because I sure enough was thinking, I was like, all right, do I have enough time to get dressed and leave?
Well, I don't know if Carl knows it or not, but in September, October, and November, we're fixing to be pretty busy. We're going to do the fair show in Marble, Arkansas for the Tri-County Fair. That'll be a Thursday night, September the 29th. We got a show September the 24th there at the dojo in Marianna. We're going to have a show October 29th in Marianna at the Civic Center. Then we got a show November 26th in Cherry Valley at the fire department. And I've got a school in Palestine working on a date, and I have a baseball organization in Paragould, Jonesboro area working on a date. So we got more dates coming as well.
That'll work. Just keep me updated, boss.
I will. I finally slowed down a little bit, and then my wife gives me a list of chores to do at home, and I'm just like, oh, God.
Time to go back to wrestling.
Yeah. Well, the other day I told her, I said, hey, what are you doing this weekend? She was like, oh, nothing. I was like, we're going to pressure wash the back of the house and the side and, what I should have done 2 months ago. She was like, okay. The next day she said, I think I'm going to go to my mom's this weekend. I just shook my head. I just looked at her like, convenient, ain't it?
See, and I can attest to that shit because I'm recently remarried to my wife, and this is the last one. I'll never fucking do it again. I swear to God. Love her. I love her to death. She really is. She is the one. I am blessed this time. But every time, like we moved down here 2 years ago to Louisiana.
Yeah.
And she worked when I packed the U-Haul. Right.
Right.
We get down here. Me and the kids unpacked the U-Haul, so she went out and got dinner. Yeah. So then we moved to our new house that we just bought, and she actually helped with that move. But every time there's something to build in this house, like we setting up my office, we got a new desk. Her and her mom were nice enough to go buy me the desk. I had to build it. Her mom bought desks for the kids, and me and her mom built them. Like, she always finds an excuse to buy all this shit for us to build, but she has to go to work, or I got called in, or we have a meeting, or I got a hair appointment. I've heard
every excuse. I hide my wife's Christmas in the oven. She'll never find it.
Right? or in the bottom of the laundry basket.
Yeah. Yeah, she'll never find it, boss. She'll never find it.
Oh, shit.
She asked me the other day, she's like, hey, it's about time to go to the beach for a vacation. I said, baby, I would rather take a bath than somebody's tobacco spit is ever go to the beach ever again in my life.
Look, I want to tell you something I didn't get to tell you the night that we were in Cherry Valley. But when you had me get in the ring.
Right.
And you come out there and you's like, well, we want to fight y'all.
Right.
Well, I could look just a little above your head upstairs in the fire department. My niece was up there taking pictures, and she's up there going like this. No.
She's like,
she thought she was going to do it, didn't she?
Oh, I was like, I mean, we can.
Shit happens,
right,
bro.
right.
I mean, we can.
Yeah, we had a few musical errors right there. I bought a new computer, was trying to get the music done, and of course Daniel Price don't know his ass from a hole in the ground and screwed it up. Then trying to blame it on the other kid, and I said, "No, idiot, you're not gonna blame nobody else when the music didn't work."
Yeah, it was funny because the music's sitting there working, and then all of a sudden it's time for the cue, and then now it's not working.
Right. And I asked him, I said, so whose fault is it? He said, oh, it was whatever the kid's name was, fault. He said he didn't press the button or something, and he plugged something up or something like that. And I looked at him. I said, is it the computer's fault? He's like, yeah, the computer. I said, man, that's a brand new computer. Don't start that shit.
We've been there when Titanic was running his shows in Paragould. We had malfunctions one night, and we had to have
the time.
Oh my God!
Right.
If it hadn't been for Riley Hipp singing the national anthem that one night, we'd have never got the show started. It was bullshit. Thank God, dude could sing. I was impressed. First time I'd heard him sing in person, and fucking just blew me away. I didn't realize he could sing that good.
We're just standing there looking. I look over at him, and I turn around. I'm like, who the hell is this guy?
Right.
I don't know this guy. This guy don't sing.
we do have a comment, Titanic. They Tammy Anderson here says, I think that's a challenge. I guess she's talking about you and me trash talking each other there.
Oh, Lord. That's a challenge that's been happening all the time.
That's actually, she's related to me. She's like my stepmother-in-law or something.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken. She's married. Yeah, stepmother-in-law. Something like it. I don't fucking know how all this shit works. I do got to share one more thing. Just I don't know Buster as well as you do, but I got to fuck with him because he's a Buccaneers fan. I'm a diehard Saints fan. Best quarterback in the world right there. Drew Brees, baby.
Right. He's the best one. He was the best one in New Orleans. I'll give him that.
I will. He is. And there's a lot of good quarterbacks out there. And I meant to ask, what's his name? The one we had on a while ago. The rookie kid you was talking shit to.
We were talking to Cody.
Oh, God. That dude right there is a bunch of rocks short of a load.
I said, look, I could lead you to the water, but I'm going to need you to help me drink a little bit, okay?
Man, that boy right there has a lot of upside to him, but he has no clue when to shut up. And there's times I'm just shaking my head. One of the funniest cats you'll ever be around. He's got some clever ass little one-liners, and I love them. But man, there's times that I'll be getting in somebody's ass about something, and here he goes, and I'm like, just be quiet, idiot, just be quiet.
Hold on, let's tell the story that happened in Cherry Valley in the back before the show started. Was it him? Was it Cody that didn't know some people? Didn't know who Dutch Mantel was?
No, yes, he had no, he didn't know who Shoe Baby was.
Shoe Baby.
He didn't know who Shoe Baby was.
How the hell do you not know that?
Hold on, I got one even better. He even said, we even told him, he goes, I said, who's your favorite wrestler? Oh, Sting. I was like, oh, what do you think about Steve Borden? He goes, I don't know him.
Oh, fucking Jesus.
That is no exaggeration at all.
I definitely got to hit that kid with a fucking chair now.
I just looked at him, and the amount of disappointment that just poured out of my eyesight was just horrendous.
It's like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Oh, dude, that kid there, man. You can ask him questions. I asked him the other night, and I don't remember the exact name. I want to say it was Eddie or Doug Gilbert, and I asked him, I said something about Hot Stuff. I said, well, who is Hot Stuff? And he was like, I have no idea. I said, Eddie Gilbert. He's like, who's Eddie Gilbert? I said, Jesus Christ, kid, get on YouTube and do some homework.
No shit.
He never watched older wrestling. He grew up with Sting and, you know, that era there.
I grew up in the Attitude Era, but I know more about the fucking old days than I do the new shit because I went back and researched it, man. I love the Four Horsemen. I'm talking the original Four Horsemen. I'm talking Ole on, you know, I do my research. I've got my belts behind me. I've got all my autographed pictures, but I do my damn research. I'm one of those, you know, Titanic. I'd rather pull up an old match between Dusty and Harley from years ago than watch some of this shit today.
Well, I'll send these kids, like in our group, I'll send them a match. And it's liable to be just something that was on TV on Channel 5. It's liable to be TD Steele versus Billy Joe Travis.
Right.
Something small, something 6-7 minutes. And I'll send it to them and I'll say, hey, find me something in this that we worked on in the past couple of weeks. So then they'll start asking questions about, well, who's this guy? Who's that guy? Who's this guy? Shit. I'm like, from now on, if I ask y'all who someone is and you don't know, and I think you should know, that's an extra 50 ropes. Man, that Cody will start sending me pictures on the side, asking me, who's this guy? Who's this guy? So I'll know when you ask. Like, dude, you're an idiot.
That's fucking great, though. I love it.
Oh, dude, the kid he's got a future. He's got to learn to slow down. Yeah. And he thinks he's ready right now for a match. He wants me to let him just rip through over at Hoxie and start wrestling. And I was like, no. Mine and Sip's name is on top of you. And I'll be damned if somebody walks in there and sees you do something stupid. And then they look back at me and Sip like, y'all taught him that? Nope.
No, I don't blame you.
Look, you know, this boy just challenged me before he got off the air.
Cody did?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he told me he wanted to wrestle me.
He can't even spell wrestle.
Oh, shit.
That boy right there sits on his TV and watches his couch. I promise you that.
Well, he put off one a while ago. He was out walking around underneath the bushes or something. He wasn't going to get too much sun put on him.
No, he's tired like that old ponytail he's got. Oh, Cody.
Oh, shit. I love it. Oh, man.
Dude, so Bobby Bright and Cody one day are training.
No.
Bobby is more timid, more bashful. He's not as open as Cody. Cody's just outgoing and will talk to anybody.
I've noticed that about Bobby.
So I looked at Too Good, Smitty. Sip wasn't there that day. I looked at Too Good, Smitty, Austin. I think Deja was there. A couple other ones. And I said, y'all boys want to see a car wreck? And they was like, what do you mean? I said, do y'all want to see two cars hit head on at 100 an hour and just destroy some stuff? They was like, yeah. I looked up and I said, Garrett, get in the ring and be the referee. Bobby, Cody, give me a 6-minute match. Cody, you go over with a sunset flip.
Oh, shit.
Son.
I needed to be there to record it.
It looked like two locomotives with 200 cars behind each rail hit each other at about 300 miles an hour about 3 minutes in, son, and you talking about laughing. They got done. They was both blown up. They had no clue what they was doing. Cody went for a sunset flip and just laid over on Bobby's back and fell over. Oh, it was the greatest shit I've ever seen a day in my life. I wish I could have sent it to Jim Cornette and let Cornette pick it apart. Oh, it would have been the greatest shit ever. Cornette would have had a seizure in 40 seconds and fell out of his chair and died.
I need a fucking triple cheeseburger. These motherfuckers ain't got a clue.
What in the French fry titty fuck is this? I can hear him right now.
These Cheeto-faced motherfuckers, goddamn macho wrestling outlaw bullshit.
Oh, that was the That was the worst wrestling match I've ever seen a day in my life.
Oh, hold on now. You never seen the Purge match that we had to sit through?
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
I don't even know if that's still available.
If it is, please send it to me.
Oh my God! It was supposed to be like a death match.
Right.
I'm not the greatest wrestler in the fucking world, but if you want a death match,
it was bad. It was bad.
They hitting each other with shit like my kids do. I'm like, my God, my kids would have been more entertaining. Can I put them in the ring? Like 15 minutes of that shit? I'm sitting up there at the fucking microphone trying to stay awake.
Look, let me really get you into this, okay? So it's no heat in the damn building.
Yes, cold as fuck.
It's 20 degrees in the building, probably.
No, 20 below. My goddamn nipples were so hard to cut glass.
They're constantly bringing hot chocolate to us, and we're supposed to call this action.
Right.
And I turned around, I looked, and you can hear it. Well, damn, you might still have it on the Anchor podcast.
Maybe the chop.
We were sitting there, and I look over at him. I said, "What the fuck was that?" And he's like, "I don't know." I mean, that night was not the greatest moment of professional wrestling at all. It was horrible.
No,
right?
It was. Worst match. That was the worst match.
I watched, I was at the New Daisy one night. And watched the tag team match, had a flaming table in it. And
oh shit!
Instead of them getting the rubbing alcohol, they just went and got some real lighter fluid.
That was Ron and Mickey Ray.
Right. And when Mickey come off the top end of that table, man, I got up out of my chair and turned plumb around at the wall and looked. I was like, oh man, this ain't, because when he hit and the oxygen hit it, whew, it got even orange, and I was like, God, oh man,
French fried old man.
Let me ask you a question, Ricky.
All right.
Did you ever go to the New Daisy and see two big muscled up guys from the POB wrestle a couple of guys that wrestled in diapers?
No, I did not.
Called the Extreme Infants.
That was you and who?
Big Country from Mississippi. His name was Jeff.
I loved old Big Country. He was funny as hell.
Motley put him with me because Tim Edwards was supposed to be with me, and he acted like he twisted his knee and bailed out on me. And Motley's like, "Nah, don't worry about it. We're gonna let you keep doing it." I'm like, he said, "You look like a natural out there."
You fucking baby.
Oh, Motley. I've met Motley one time in my life.
I was like, I told him, I said, "Look, as long as my dad don't see none of these matches, we'll be all right."
All right.
Then here recently, they started popping up on YouTube, and I'm like, "Oh shit!" I did a podcast with. Dad's gone. Dad passed away in 2012. Glad he's not around to see it.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, right? It was it sucked, but I am so glad he did not see that crap.
Look, we're gonna. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna book the return of the Extreme Infant.
Oh, you've lost your damn mind.
No, we're gonna do it. You're gonna be the Extreme Infant again. You're gonna bring out the diaper and the pacifier and your little toy ball, and you ride your tricycle down to the fucking ring at the APW show. And then I'm gonna hit the fucking ring on you. And then when I'm done, Cody can have his turn, and then Buster can have his turn, and then whoever else, we just beat the hell out of the baby that night.
That's child abuse.
I'm jumping Cody. I ain't no way in hell I'm letting Cody get on top of me. I'm jumping Cody.
That sounds good. I got the flash paper. We can burn him.
I'm afraid to even know what the hell Cody even talked about on this podcast.
Look,
There's no telling what the hell he talked about.
I tried to talk. I was like, okay, so what we talked about, like when he was young and him watching wrestling, he watched WCW and stuff like that, and him and his dad would wrestle around on the floor. Then he would turn around. We talked about him refereeing at OCW. Talked about him So the battle royal that he did that he got when he got in the ring and he hit me with the rope that day in Greenbrier. That video is the most watched video that I have, and it's over 3,000 views. Yeah, it's over 3,000 views now.
Right.
And I think he's got
at the start of that match.
Do what?
I said, I think at the start of that match, I just stood there and watched to see their reaction to what they would do, because that was his and Bobby Bright's first match.
Yeah, tell me something. I mean, I was kind of the same way. I was kind of shy and timid and everything when I first started. And I was just around a lot of people that did a lot of things that are really illegal.
Right.
And eventually I dropped that down and became who I am. What do you think is going to make, what are we going to do to get this boy to do that?
Talking about Cody?
No, I'm talking about Bobby.
Oh, Bobby's a very timid dude. Like, I think he'll open up. He talks more now than he used to. He asks questions. He'll stop and he'll call you to the side. He's not going to ask a stupid question out loud like Cody will. But Bobby will pull you to the side, or when he leaves in the evening times, he'll send me or Sip a message and be like, hey, what about this? What should I do here, or what should I not do here, something like that. He's coming around. It's just going to take a little bit for him. He's not going to be one to get a microphone and talk all night like I would, but he's going to come around, I think, a little bit better.
But I will say that's one thing I miss. I miss getting to be a heel and run my mouth.
Right. Yeah, it's a little exciting.
It is.
I want to talk. I have a feeling. I feel like I need to bring out the night that you turned heel in Marion at the Civic Center.
I had this little kid going. He was mad at me.
It happens.
Look, it was. I mean, I'm sitting there watching, and then I'm starting to watch it start happening, and like my jaw just drops.
Right.
And then I just got this huge smile on my face, and I'm over, and the person that's with me, they're sitting there watching, and I'm over jumping. I'm like, are you seeing this shit? and when y'all came in there and you did the power bomb to Floyd,
yeah.
And Buck did that. I don't know what that damn power bomb.
It's an Omega driver.
And then when CJ turned, but the point it didn't even affect nothing until you got on the microphone.
Right.
And you told them little snot-nosed, dirty little kids not to touch you.
Well, yeah.
COVID infested the rats.
I'm telling you, a riot was about to break out.
Yeah. Oh, my nephews were mad at me. My nephews would not talk to me for like 3 weeks.
Some of Floyd's kids were over.
You got some quiet time.
Crying. And
Floyd's wife. Floyd's wife got mad.
She was over cussing. She was over, you motherfuckers.
Yeah. Dude, and I loved it.
Oh, it was plain as day. You could hear it on the.
So I gotta ask, have you ever used the Joe Exotic line on Floyd?
I have not. Plenty of other people have though.
I seen him on the first video that Titanic sent me. He says, "This is our champion. Watch his match." I'm watching his match. I'm like, he's great, but he looks like fucking Joe Exotic. When y'all get him out of prison?
Oh, they'll start when he was a heel before he went babyface. They was out there hollering Tiger King, man. It's just, dude. There's so many people that had been telling him that he stole Buddy Landale's hair and glued it to his head, all kinds of stuff.
Oh Lord,
that's great. That's good.
Oh, dude, it's terrible. And dude, he told me one night we was in Greenbrier working a match, and I picked him up by the hair of the head. And I heard him getting up. He said, "Easy on the locks, brother." Oh, man.
Yeah, as we get older, you got to be easy on that shit. It starts falling out.
Oh, dude, mine's running off the back of my head. Look at that. Look at that hairline right there.
I feel you. That's why I wear the ball cap all the time.
Trust me,
that's from me wearing a ball cap.
Oh, I get it. The ponytail's back there, but the front's going away. Starting to look like Paul Heyman in my old age.
Oh, man.
No comment.
Well, that's rough.
It is.
Oh, man.
Horrible.
Yeah, you need to come up sometime and catch a show.
I'm going to have to, man. And I'll tell you the same thing I've told everybody else. My door is open if you're ever in Louisiana. I live down here on the North Shore. You always got I got an air mattress. You're more than welcome to crash on it, hang out, whatever.
October 29th, I think, will be a good show for you to come to.
Sounds good. That
wrong damn
show,
way.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll come up with Titanic.
Are you driving a little fast?
No,
I went left instead of right.
I'm watching your eyes a little bit. And it's either you're passing somebody or you're looking to make sure a cop ain't behind you.
All right, so I'm a UPS driver, right?
Oh, I know this.
Keep eyes moving is our slogan at work is keep eyes moving, eyes ahead of your work. So I'm used to driving a UPS with 2 mirrors and a backup camera behind me. Plus, I'm in Memphis with these idiots. I'm going to keep looking.
Amen. That's the worst fucking place to drive.
You ain't
I'd
lying.
rather drive in New Orleans than Memphis.
Right. Oh, I'm going over this overpass, and there's nothing but black marks down this wall where cars has been hitting this wall. So I'm gonna keep looking.
Memphis is ridiculous.
Look, there was like every day for a while I was seeing videos of people's home cameras where somebody was dancing on the cameras while they were working.
They got me.
Saying hi to them and leaving messages and everything else.
Yeah. One of the videos on TikTok had 7.4 million views.
Hell yeah.
And I never seen $1 out of that.
That's bullshit.
I just started TikTok.
I hadn't been started long.
I really don't know what I'm doing yet.
I don't either.
Which, I mean, I don't really know what I'm doing half the time anyway.
Right.
I know.
Right.
I have to carry your ass.
I mean,
that's why my back hurts so fucking much.
Well, that means you got a lot in common with somebody that wrestles Cody because you got to carry him.
Dog.
That's what you call burying him now.
There you go.
Oh, Cody. Man, that kid right there, it's miraculous. Just to Sip would text me and he'll be like, "Are you serious? Did he really just say that?" I was like, "Yeah, he did, buddy."
I really need to be a part of this whole group that you have.
Right.
This whole group. I need you to send me a notification so I can be a part of the group.
Entertainment in my life.
So I can be entertained.
Well, I started this group just giving them information and being like, "Hey, we're training Thursday and Sunday. We're not going to train Thursday." You know, the small information that they may have needed. Next thing I know, they got memes. They're talking trash to each other. Cody's getting in his feelings and leaving the group. Oh, it's great.
I know some people
that's great.
That. It's all right. We had a guy one time, and he was breaking into the business. I don't even remember where we were. They told him to duck one, take one. Right. And he looked at him and he said, "Why would there be a duck in the ring?" And I was
That's Cody.
I was like, why did this motherfucker just ask why there would be a duck in the ring? He said, "Well, they told me to duck one." So where's the duck gonna be?
Unbelievable.
I'm like, are you a fucking idiot? There's no duck. They're telling you to duck the fucking clothesline, you idiot.
Boy, that's Cody. Boy, that is Cody. Cody.
I know the first time I went over to. Oh, he lost.
Oh shit!
Where'd he go?
We lost Buster. What happened?
I had a phone call coming through. That
phone call's not important. I don't care, even if it's your wife. We got you on this YouTube channel thing going right now.
Yeah, she's in Louisiana at her mom's house this weekend. That's the only reason I'm coming to wrestling tonight.
Hey, there you go.
Actually, I'm going to get me some food at the moment. I've just got to get to where I'm going.
Where you going to eat?
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go out to Lawler's barbecue deal out here and try it.
There you go. I know the one we tried on Bill Street was good.
Yeah, I hadn't been to that one either. I'm just gonna go to this one right outside the. I don't even know where this place is. I'm going tonight.
Cordova.
Man, I don't know.
What show are you going to?
Man, I'll have to look at it. I don't even remember. It's on. I'd have to look again. Somebody shared it the other day.
Well, get with me and I mean, I can drive up and meet somewhere. We can go in one car and
yeah,
I'll definitely let you drive.
I don't mind driving.
I love driving too. So that's how we've been friends for 20 years. Everywhere we went, I've drove.
Right.
So where are you going next week?
I don't know yet. I ain't made up my mind. I know. I think Smitty and them's working a show tomorrow.
Yeah, they're working. Yeah, the Luchador show.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Do they even know Spanish?
At 5.
Does Smitty and Tommy even know Spanish?
No, they don't even know how to spell anything like that.
I didn't think so either.
Them boys are dumber than 2 boxes of rocks. The rocks will know to lay there. I'm telling you now, them boys right there, y'all should have seen Tommy Too Good when he started training. Oh my God. That man, he had 2 backwards feet. He didn't even have 2 left feet. They were backwards. They were off of him. And now he'll text me and he'll be like, man, thank God you came around and showed me some stuff. And thank God Sip came around and showed me some more stuff. He said, because I'd have never succeeded into this.
Well, I'm glad I met him when I did.
Right. Good dude, man.
It started off, it was him, and then I met, the next week I went to Dyersburg. It was Tommy and Smitty.
Yeah.
And then they walked out there to me and they was like, hey, we'd like for you to come down to Mariana. I was like, sure.
They told me that.
So I was like, I'll do it. So I headed on down there, made a little pit stop seeing Ron Rage. I drove on through. Yeah. Met you.
Uncle Ronnie.
And then I've been stuck ever since, man.
I'm glad you come up and record everything. It helps get the product out there a little better. By no means, we're not no $1 million company. We started from scratch, like literally started from scratch. And by the way, new merch will be here in the next weekend or 2. It's done, printed, and everything. I just got to get it. New APW shirts.
I need some of those shirts, man.
I was gonna say I need to grab one of those down here.
I've got
I can wear some of those.
Right.
I need some of those shirts that I can wear, so I can wear them out around and about.
Right. I understand.
He's saying he needs a fat guy shirt.
Yeah, I need a fat guy shirt.
That's exactly what my dad calls it, big boy shirt. He said, I need one of them big boy shirts, son. Yes, sir.
That's what my wife gets mad at me because I'll buy everything extra big. She's like, why do you buy it?
And I like
I don't like that shit tight.
Right.
I like the new Frontline shirts.
Yeah. They're not bad. I'll have to get you one printed.
But I definitely need an APW shirt.
Well, I've got new ones on the way.
I have to come check you guys out. I have enjoyed getting to know the guys that we've brought on today and meeting all of y'all. And Me and Titanic have talked several times about it, and I've watched all the videos he's put out, and I love the product. Y'all really do have a good product.
I try hard.
I'll say there's a lot of shows out there.
I just beat professionalism in them.
Right. And that's the way it needs to be. There's a lot of shows where people go to and they're like, so-and-so had a good match, but the rest of it was crap. And I watch all these different videos, and there's some people, they don't take the professionalism seriously. They don't take their character seriously. They don't take any of it seriously. It's just a joke to them. It's just
right. It's a hobby to them. And I'm not there for somebody else's self-pleasure. We're there to do a show. We're there to put on a show to make people come back. I've always said it. If I don't make a profit, we don't have a show.
Right. I mean, it's about having fun, but if you're not turning a profit, you can't afford to keep doing it.
No. And I'm not going to fund this for people to do for fun out of my pocket. You know what I mean? Me and my wife could be on a cruise ship somewhere.
Yeah.
Me and Titanic could be chilling at J-Town's eating 100 hot wings right now,
Or down here having some
I could probably do that right about now.
Right.
I could probably pull that off right about now.
I thrive on professionalism. I want the show to look professional. I know no show is perfect. Everything's going to have some quirks. People's going to see some stuff they don't like. I get it. But at the end of the night, if your show is professional, ran within a certain amount of minutes, people get out of there happy or mad, whichever way you leave them to leave. Yes. They're going to come back and they're going to watch more of the action. And the more you invest into them, the more they're going to invest into you. I only book people with, if you contact me and ask, about getting booked, man, hey, I'm all about it. I'm going to go look at your social media first. That's the first thing I'm going to do. And if you're on there acting ignorant, talking out the side of your neck, and just going ham on some stuff with drama, I don't need you.
Right.
Don't need you, And I know that sounds crazy, but at the end of the day, I don't want any drama in the locker room. I'm not going to have it. I've had one small piece of drama, and I walked up to the guy, handed him his PO, and told him, I said, man, no hard feelings, but I just don't need you. Yeah, I don't need you.
And that's the way it should be. And that's the way a lot of people don't realize, if you run it kind of old school and you do it about respect, and you leave the people, and like you said, you leave the people, either you leave them hot, mad, ready to come back.
Right.
They go home, start talking about it, and they start telling their friends about it. Oh, this asshole beat this guy up, and then they bring more people in because they're pissed off, and they're like, we should go down there. We should go watch this guy, hopefully he'll get his ass kicked next week, or the baby faces get the pop, and he finally won. We should all go, celebrate for him and be there. That's how you want to do it. You don't want to leave them and then somebody be on social media bitching and griping, and people see that, because there's so many people that have fans on their page.
Right.
And then they start bitching and griping, and that affects not only them, but the show and the company as well. And
I'm going to tell you, things I also look at is how do you promote yourself? How do you carry yourself? You got people like Bradley and Lamont, the Hustlers. Dude, them guys are always sharing flyers. They've got their stuff out there. They're promoting themselves. They're doing everything in the world right to make a show successful with them on it. And Smitty does the same thing. Too Good does it. I just beat that kind of stuff in your brain. If this guy calls and books you on a show, you share the flyer. You go in. If the ring's not set up, you get your ass over there and you start helping. You put up chairs. You do whatever it takes to help. I worked at Redeemed the last weekend down in White, Mississippi. And after the show, I helped tear the ring down until my daughter was like, Dad, we've got to go. I've got to go to the bathroom real bad. And so I get outside and we go and go. But, I mean, we had the ring 3/4 of the way tore down. Most of the chairs put up, and most of my guys was still there. After all their guys had left, our guys were still there helping pick up and put up. And that's the way I look at it.
And I like it that you say that. There's a lot of the older veterans that have that mindset. I've paid my dues. I'm going to do my match and I'm going to leave.
Right.
And I've stayed until the last match, until the rings tore down, because one, I like to hang out with everybody. And, and being a part of tearing shit down. Yeah, I can't lift like I used to on a ring or something, but I'm going to do as much as I can.
Right.
I mean, if I go to a show, that's what I do. I mean,
Well, that's like me. If I book somebody like Gio, Gio Savage would come in, and he's a good 2 hours from home. And I'm like, Gio, go home. He's like, no, Rick, I'm going to help. I was like, no, Gio, go home. I've got guys that are training that are going to do this.
Right.
You got 2 hours to go on home. And, but man, speaking of that, Gio Savage, if none of y'all know Gio Savage, look him up. Very bright future. The kid's growing. He's, man, he'll message me, ask questions, and what I think about this or what I think about that, man. And Gio's a good kid, good young up and coming kid.
He's good in the ring. I didn't know who he was until
really good.
shared one of his matches. Right. He is fucking phenomenal. Yeah.
So he came to training one day, and he was like, Rick, I want to work out with y'all, man. I think I can do it. And I was like, oh, you can do it without a shadow of a doubt. You can do it. So I told Sip, I said, watch this, I'm going to blow his mind. I said, I'm going to do a drill that Dundee taught me with everybody. I said, we're going to throw 2 lines, then we're going to duck. You're going to duck 2 lines, 2 elbows, and then you're going to sunset flip. And they was like, okay. So they started throwing these 2 lines and these 2 back elbows, and their feet was all over the place. They was backing over the top of each other, about to fall down, running into each other. And I said, y'all thought it was real easy. They said, well, you done it real easy. I was like, you know how many times I've done this?
Right.
And Gio hops in there, man, and he gets backwards, and he's tied up, and he's looking around, and he goes, I can't do it. I said, yes, you can. So we walked through it, and I made him do it about 10 or 15 times. And now I looked up the other night in a match, and he had done that spot. And I just started smiling real big. I was like, yes, sir, good. Improvement.
That's the way it should be, man. That's the way it should be. Well, Buster, I hate to rush you off. I've had a blast getting to know you and talking to you.
Yes, sir.
You got anything? You've already plugged your shows, but if you want to plug those shows again, go right ahead. If there's anything else you want to plug,
yeah, definitely let me know so I can get there.
Right.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to get up there and check some stuff out, man. I'm looking forward to it.
So everybody watching, September 24th, we're going to have a show at our dojo in Marietta where we train at, where we have our monthly shows. Doors open at 6, bell time's at 7, and this car just about had a wreck pulling out in front of another one. Doors open at 6, bell time at 7. For this show on the 24th, tickets are still just $5. September the 29th in Marvel at the Tri-County Fair. If I'm not mistaken, it's a $3 entry to the fair. Wrestling's free for the public. You just pay to get in the fair, and then we're going to have wrestling there.
Where's
that'll
Marvel
be
at?
Marvel's about 20 miles south of Marietta. Helena's to your left, Marvel's to your right, if that makes sense.
Okay.
It does to me, but not to him.
And then October 29th at the Marietta Civic Center, we're going to have a big show there. Front row VIP tickets, going to sell 50 front row VIP tickets, $20 a piece. Comes with a meet and greet, your poster to get all the autographs and all that kind of stuff before the show. This time I'm not going to be giving autographs because I don't like none of you little dirty faced little punk kids. Every one of you's got Kool-Aid all around your mouth and you look stupid.
I love it.
But general admission, $10 for that show. And then November the 26th at the fire department in Cherry Valley, Arkansas, we're going to do a benefit fundraiser for Cherry Fest there in Cherry Valley at the fire department. And tickets for there is just $10 in the door.
All right.
So is that where I'm getting my match at?
Yeah, that'll be. That's where.
Since you want to fight.
I'm gonna book it now. I'm just gonna start writing right now, ideas down to get you in there.
There you go.
Shit, Titanic. Looks like we're coming out of retirement. For the 15th time, we're catching up with Tori. Well, Buster, it's been great getting to know you, man. I look forward to getting to meet you in person.
Yes, sir. Well. Same to you, brother. Anytime y'all get ready, you come on.
Yes, sir. You keep that company going, and I'm proud of what you're doing. Great product, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
You have a safe trip. Please have a safe
trip. Y'all too.
Let us know when you get home.
I'll do it, brother.
Have a good one.
See you.
Bye.
Bye. Man, he was a blast.
Man, he's a trip. He's a trip, man.
I love it. I love the little stupid Kool-Aid mouth having kid. This is great shit, man. Great shit. All right, let me get my next guest pulled up. Jesus Christ, I got to remember names now.
Asia.
Yeah, I know. I gotta find it. I'm trying to find it.
See, I told you, he's all right guy. He's still gonna get his ass whooped for trying to stir some shit with me.
I'm sure.
But no, they're a good group of people, man. I mean, you've seen this. You've seen how he's talking shit about Cody.
Oh, I know. I love it. I look forward to coming down and getting to know everybody. I'm gonna have to make a trip. There's no doubt about it. Just sitting here getting to talk to everybody has really opened my eyes to how APW is, and I want to meet everybody in person and have some fun, man. Like I said, I don't get out of the house very often, so
I don't either. I don't get out of the house at all.
If I can go, I'll go, man. It ain't gonna hurt my feelings none. So I just sent Nick's the.
I'm having surgery Tuesday, and I'm sitting here going, "What are you doing next weekend? Where are we going?" Right? I'm like, "What do you feel up to it?" I'm gonna have to push the brakes a little bit because.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I sent that link over. That's what I was gonna tell you.
Oh, okay.
But looks like she'll be our main event for the day.
Here,
everybody else has either. I was waiting for some folks to message me back. I might get Danny Jackson on today, but I do not know. But this is who our next guest is going to be. Miss Nix from APW, as well as some other shows. Titanic's good personal friend with her. He said she's hot. I said she's a fine little specimen. So.
Well, I just told her to sign on. She saw it.
Okay, so hopefully she's seen the link I sent her. Yep, she did.
Yay! I guess I need to stop looking at my other phone and watching the show because I'm kind of behind. We're kind of behind on that one.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a lag.
I can't believe we've gone 3 hours and 35 minutes.
I can't believe you hadn't gone pee yet.
Well,
Are you wearing a diaper?
No. So this was about here.
Yeah.
And I just opened up a Mountain Dew Zero.
Oh, dear God.
So I'll be good to go for another, 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
Okay, well, let's bring on the beautiful, talented Nix here with us.
Hello. How are y'all doing?
Good. How are you today?
Hey, girl.
I'm great. How much sleep are y'all running on right now?
How much sleep?
Yeah. How long have y'all been?
Okay, I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning.
Oof.
Well, I was up until like 1 a.m. and I slept until like 10. So.
Okay. Well, not too bad.
I finally went to sleep.
So I played a bunch of video games until I was like, all right, you want to get on and let's talk to each other, pump each other up, and just do this. They were like, okay, now all of a sudden we're nervous, and we do this every Thursday.
I'm dead.
He's like, I was like, are you nervous? And he goes, a little bit. And I'm like,
why?
I'm not nervous. I'm just like, I know.
I don't know. It's not like I don't talk to a lot of people all the time.
Right. I mean, it's not like it's your first time talking to me. So, I mean.
Well, it's my first time, and it's nice to meet you. So
it's very nice to meet you too.
Coming for me, I mean, I don't know you personally. Like I told everybody else, I've got to talk to. Let's see, I talked to Smitty, I talked to Buster.
Yeah, we just got off with Buster. He talked bad about everybody.
That sounds about right. He
talked shit about Cody. That's who it was.
He has some stuff.
Yeah, pretty much.
He has his own thing going on, but
I'll let you know like I let them know. My house is always open and you guys are always welcome. And I look forward to coming up someday and getting to check out an APW show.
It's great.
And seeing it.
Great. Yeah.
Thank you.
So you was at the Memphis TV taping last week.
I was. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you did not let me know that you was going to be there because I was going to try to be there.
I'm going to be honest, like with like the amount of bookings that I had lined up, I kind of got overwhelmed, and I'm a little old sometimes. So you know how like you'll think that you replied to somebody, or you'll think that you told somebody something, and
yes,
like, oops.
I do that.
It was one of those things. But yeah.
Well, our reasoning for that is because we got hit in the head too many times.
Yes.
I mean, I guess that could be a reasoning of mine. Mine just wasn't in the ring. I was a bit of a ruffian growing up, so you know, a couple football games, couple soccer games that went awry, things of that nature. So yeah, you know.
So it happens.
What are we talking about? What's
what do you everything?
Everything.
Okay. Let's talk about everything.
Where do we start?
Well, I know you come from a military family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Navy specifically.
Yeah, go Navy.
Obviously.
So go ahead. Tell us about where you started your love for wrestling.
I won't make any Navy jokes today. I'm sorry.
So no, you're good. So my love of wrestling started. So like, of course, being in a military family, you kind of like you bounce around all the time. So there's nothing that's ever really like constant.
Yeah.
But the one thing that me and my brothers knew was going to happen every Monday and every Friday was wrestling. We just knew that. That was something that no matter where we moved, all over the states and stuff like that, we knew that that was always going to happen. So, especially my oldest brother, he was really into it and stuff like that. So me being the youngest in the house, whenever they would want to do something, I was like, okay, maybe if I snuck in and, you know, sat in the corner or something, they wouldn't really notice me. So whenever they would put on wrestling, you know, we would watch it, we'd get really into it and stuff like that. And I always thought it was cool, but I thought it was a lot cooler, no offense to the men, when I would see women on the screen. Especially when I saw people like Jazz and Lita and Trish Stratus, I was like, yo, I can do this? Like, that's something that I could do? Love that. And then, of course, like my brothers would practice all their wrestling moves on me.
You were their stunt dummy.
Honestly, goes with the territory. So, you know, I've been taking, you know, pile drivers and the last ride, and I've taken the walls of Jericho since I was like 3. So wrestling is not something that's new to me. But it was always like it was one of those dreams that I wasn't quite sure if I'd be able to like pursue it. Right. And then 2020 rolled around. I'm 2 kids in, you know, I'm like, if I don't at least attempt it now, it's probably not gonna happen. So I reached out to a bunch of promoters. I'm looking at places in Memphis, Mississippi, Arkansas, just like wherever I can find somebody to train me. And somebody finally hit me up in Mississippi, took that 3-hour drive, trained for the first time, fell in love, and then COVID hit and shut everything down. Oh my God, I was pissed. I was so mad because it took me forever to find somebody that would train me, you know?
Right.
So when COVID shut everything down, I was like, you know what? Maybe that's a sign. I'm not supposed to be in the ring. I'm supposed to just sit back, be a mom, you know, whatever. And then I was like, you know, screw that. Like, why would I do that? That's like, of course I'm still gonna be a mom, but I'm gonna be a wrestling mom. Like, my kids are gonna look at me and be like, hell yeah, mom, kick his ass. So
instead of my dad can beat your dad, it'll be my mom can kick your dad's ass.
Exactly. So I kept, you know, reaching out, looking for different places, and I ran into the same thing back to back all the time. And this was like months of the same thing. They either wouldn't answer me, which was like the common thing. When they would answer me, they'd be like, okay, well, we don't really train new people. But the main one that just like really would grind my gears was, we don't really train women. Why?
Why the hell not?
Why the hell would you not?
Why would you not want a woman on your show?
Like, not to toot the horn of a woman, but like we're bringing in the money, dude.
That's like, what I was fixing to say was.
I mean, you draw on my YouTube page.
I don't know. It's just it's honestly, that was one of the wildest things I heard, and I was like, man, that's some bull. But then I reached out to I met Gio through the training that I did in Mississippi. So I reached out to Gio Savage, and I was like, do you know anywhere? At this point, I don't care where it is. Do you know anywhere that will train a new female wrestler? So he told me about APW. Reached out to Ricky. He invited me out to a show, and the rest has just kind of been history.
Mm-hmm. I'm still thinking about why they wouldn't train a woman. That just...
It's not like this the first time that I've run into like anything sexist, but it just like it genuinely pissed me off because this is a childhood dream of mine. Like, this is something that I've been living and breathing since I was a kid.
And women's wrestling is so fucking hot. And I'm not, and I don't mean hot like y'all, you know, y'all are hot. I mean,
no, but it is though.
I mean, women are hot, but I'm saying that the wrestling is fucking on fire right now for women.
Right. Yeah.
And if you could train the next fucking Jazz, that would bring not only your name to a new level, but you could give somebody that fucking shot. Why not fucking do it?
And that's my whole thing. And then, like, because when I started with APW, I was the only female that was training with them. So they're like, you're probably gonna have to fight dudes. I've been fighting dudes my whole life. Like,
no shit.
That's nothing. So that was never an issue for me. And I feel like for a lot of the promoters that I came across that gave me that excuse, they were afraid to put me in the ring with a guy. Like, I don't give a damn about that. I don't care. I'll fight whoever I have to fight.
I mean, most of the women these days are prepared to fight men. So, I mean, look at Tessa Blanchard. Look at Tyra Valkyrie. They're out there having fucking 5-star matches with dudes.
It's great. I mean, Shotzi Blackheart did matches with dudes, and she was phenomenal in them, So it's that I feel like a lot of people still have that mentality of like, a man should never be in the ring with a woman because he could hurt her. You should really be, concerned about the woman hurting the dude, because.
And I get that mentality, and I try not to quote Jim Cornette a lot, because Jim Cornette has become such a controversial figure in this business, and I used to have a lot of respect for him. But now he's the man's woman is bringing home the bacon, the wife's barefoot pregnant in the kitchen. I don't have that same outlook on life. I hate that, and to me. And I'm not trying to say that wrestling's fake, because I've spent 20 years in the business, broke my neck, broke my foot, all that good shit. Right. I know it's not fake. We're trained. We have to go through it. But it's become such of an entertainment art form.
Yeah.
So why does it matter if a man's in the ring with a woman doing the same shit the woman would be doing if she was in a ring with a woman?
And the whole thing is, as a wrestler, hold on, baby.
It's all good. My kids have been coming in and out the room too, baby. It's okay. Don't feel bad.
Like as wrestlers, especially when we're training and stuff, like we sign waivers. We've been watching wrestling our whole life. Like we know there's a possibility of us getting hurt.
Right.
We're signing up to do some cookie cutter job, and like as a woman, I'm not dressed like. Of course, I love to dress up in sparkly shit. Like, don't get me wrong, but like not just doing this so I can put on my makeup and look pretty while I body.
Right.
Like I'm. What we do is entertaining, but at the end of the day, we're professional wrestlers. Like, people tend to forget the actual like wrestling part of it. It's an art form. There's a psychology behind it. Like, there's a lot that goes into it. It's not just what you see as the product,
Yes.
And
I get it.
For everybody, the men, the women, the non-conforming, whoever. It's for everybody. It's a way to get people to come together and just enjoy something that's freaking awesome.
The passion of pro wrestling can really bring everyone together. The unity is so amazing.
Yeah.
And I like Buster. I liked his deal. He said he didn't like drama in the dressing room, and I agree. And that's how it should be. Everybody should be a fucking family. And if somebody says something to you while I'm there, I'm kicking their fucking ass. You know what I mean? Oh, she turned her camera off on us.
No, she got a phone call problem.
Oh, but I was going with it where, if somebody does something to somebody or picks on somebody, we're all going, you're muted.
You're muted.
Am I back?
You muted? Yeah.
I think somebody tried to call me.
It's all good. But no, where I was going with that was, if somebody picks on you or Titanic or somebody, the whole locker room.
Oh, it's a wrap.
That's it. Everybody's getting their ass kicked. Somebody, we coming out with chairs and shit. We swinging. We ain't playing.
Oh yeah, and asking questions later.
Right, like fuck you. You picked on my family. That's my family. That's how I've always been, and that was the way we were trained. I mean, if a fan tried to get in the fucking ring, you football punt that motherfucker's head off. Okay, I mean, shit happens. They know not to cross that line. You cross that line, I'm kicking your fucking head all the way out in the fucking 5th row. Okay, exactly. You're done.
Yeah,
but I've just never understood why people, and I don't want to. I want to watch how I say it because you are a female, so I don't want to offend you.
She'll beat your ass, dude. I'm telling you,
dude. I'd let her. I ain't gonna lie. But just saying. I hope my wife didn't hear that. She'd probably let you beat my ass. But still, the sexism in wrestling has always been, oh, they're just tits and ass. No offense.
So irritating.
Do what?
It's an irritating thing, but it's something that I've heard before. So it's
right.
hard to get offended by something that's just like a recurring thing for some people.
That pisses me off too, because granted, every guy in the crowd, they want to look at them. They want, they're beautiful. They're, a fine little specimen. Everybody makes a little comment. But when it's all said and done, it should be based on the fucking talent.
Yeah.
And that's something, they talk about what was, oh God, there was a chick in WWE. She had to get a boob job to keep her fucking job. I can't remember her fucking name.
It's horrible that didn't really like narrow much down for me.
I know, right? Like half of them have had boob jobs. So
yeah, but no, there was back in the early 2000s, wasn't it?
Yes, but I can't remember who it was. Her tits weren't big enough, and Vince said, "You got to get a boob job, or we can't keep you." But her talent was so fucking good. Why does it matter how big her tits are? No offense.
Exactly. No, I mean, look, if there's one thing you need to know about me, it's not easy to offend me. You don't.
Okay, good. I have no filter, so I just say shit.
You've never been in an APW locker room before, so
no.
You're good.
But I mean, it just and I've talked to Miranda Gordy, the son of Terry Gordy, and she deals with a lot of the same shit. And I'm like, but you're dad, and you're so fucking talented, and why would they not want your name value on their show? Why would they not want to give you that chance? Because I mean, if you book her right, I mean, and you put her over as Terry Gordy's daughter, that right there is going to get you half the fucking crowd because they're like, oh, we're going to meet Terry Gordy's daughter.
Yeah.
And then you book her right in a match with somebody that can carry her, or that can, or that she can work with or whatever. I mean, I don't know how good she wrestles. I've seen her in a couple of matches. They were okay because she was just starting out. But I mean, it's all about your talent and how well you can produce your character, and how well your opponent can produce their character, and how y'all can mesh together. So why should it matter about the outfit, the size of anything? Give the women their chance, and that's that just pisses me off. And for somebody to tell you they wouldn't train you because you're a woman, I'd like to just slap the fuck out of them, because
get in line.
I mean,
yeah,
I would have loved to have trained wrestlers, because honestly, that's where the fucking money's at. Like, you can run a whole show on women wrestlers.
It shows in my views. She gets a lot of views.
I know. She's fucking over. She's good.
I mean, I've had a couple other women matches, but when I started putting her, the woman right there,
that one right there,
on my YouTube channel, I was getting all kinds of views.
I mean, honestly,
her beating up Kilo has got 1,700 views on each match.
People really love seeing me kick the crap out of Kylo Smiley, and personally, I enjoy doing it. So,
I mean, here's my thing: why wouldn't people want to see a woman beat a man? I mean,
no idea.
I'm not trying to fucking bring up the past, but you know how husbands treated their wives back in the day, right? Like shit.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't a woman want to sit in the crowd and go, "Beat his ass, give him one for me"? You know what I mean? Like.
I don't think I realized, because of course, like, I'm obviously gonna like root for female wrestlers. That's just it's ingrained in me. But I don't think I realized how much of an impact a female wrestler could have until I debuted with APW.
Right.
Like not even my first match, like when I was introduced to the crowd and I was kicking the crap out of Kylo, and I was a heel, so I was a little evil, a little bit.
Okay, it happens.
Just a little bit.
Slightly.
Nothing wrong with being heel. I like it.
I remember, not even just the little girls in the crowd, like little kids in general were coming up to me like, oh my God, this is my first time seeing a woman do this. And like, I felt like a rock star. I'm not gonna lie. Like this, I was like, this is being on the other side of it. Cause I was that growing up. So being on the other side, like being the wrestler, the kids, oh, you did that. I'm like, oh,
I'll be right back. I just heard something.
Uh-oh.
Y'all go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. Keep on.
Being on the other side of it is just like, it's crazy to do something that you love and to do something that you have a passion for, that you've had a passion for your whole life, and realize that you're making an impact on somebody, it's really dope. There's
definitely
that can really top that, like career wise. There's nothing that can do that. Is that feeling of, wow, I'm doing what I love and I'm impacting people the way that I was watching the people that I idolized growing up, you know?
Well, see, I know I've noticed the connection you got with the crowd since you turned as a babyface.
Those are my people. Yeah.
Even though when you was a heel, they were wanting to love you anyway.
That's the part that was crazy, because, you know, not to say that like I haven't even, I have it in me. And for some reason, no matter how much I kicked the crap out of that little golden boy Kylo, they loved me. And I tried.
I mean,
you know.
I went up there one time. The first time I went up to down there. Well, okay, hold on. First time I went down to Mariana, and I saw you. And then the next time I went, I had somebody different with me, and I'm like, "You need to watch this girl. She's badass."
Was it my sister?
Like, hey, hell, I don't know. I can't remember who it was. And I turned around. I told her, I said, she was in here, and she beat the living shit out of dude. Because I didn't know anybody at the time, and you came out there and did it, and I looked back, and she was like, "Wow." I was like, "No shit."
Yeah, I didn't know any of you guys at APW from Adam or Eve, and he started putting up videos, and he's sending me links, and he's like, "Dude, check this shit out. These guys are good. This is that show I'm going to," and I talked to a lot of people. I mean, I live down here, you know, in New Orleans, so I've 20 years in this business, and I've still got a few friends, not many. Titanic, we've been friends for over 20 years, so, you know, he's one of the close ones. But, man, I started talking to some people, and I'm like, check these matches out. Let me know what y'all think, because I think these guys are pretty fucking good. And y'all all have that old school, lay that shit in, make it look as fucking real as possible. Don't take no shit. Don't waste no time. Get it done. And I'm like, I haven't seen a show like that since back when we were wrestling, you know, probably for MCW maybe or somewhere or some of our shows that we ran, because I was always that guy. If you're going to hit me with something, you better fucking hit me.
Hit me.
Because if you don't hit me hard, it's like the chair shot. I was giving Cody shit about hitting him with a chair. I'm a firm believer that if you don't fucking hit me with that motherfucker, I'm going to stand there and look at you like, hit me again. Like, I'm not going down unless that motherfucker sounds like a shotgun went off, there's a dent in it or something. Like, you've got to lay that and that's my problem. That's why I got brain damage. But
as long as it's only slight, it's fine.
But it just, I loved it. Like, I was instantly hooked. So every time he says, I'm going to APW, I'm like, hey, let me know when you post the videos. You know, I'll watch. Like, he'll tell me, you know, we'll talk on the show, and he'll be like, I'm posting them on such and such day. And so I'll just go through there as he's posting them and watch them. I'm like, man, it just keeps getting better and better. And I'm like, you know, I've got to come up. And then after talking to everybody today, I definitely have to come up now and meet everybody.
Hard not to love APW. Like, that's
hard.
It is.
When I first got invited to a show and stuff like that, like before I started training with them, because I went to see a show first. He just wanted me to see how they ran the show before they invited me out to train.
Right.
I'm interested in wrestling, so that was not going to be an issue. But there was something so like electrifying about just being in that setting. Like, the crowd was crazy, the matches were so good, and it was like, as soon as I came in, I was like, dude, I have to be a part of this. Like, there's no way I'm gonna miss out on this type of opportunity. And I think I got really lucky. It was almost a blessing in disguise that I went through so many promoters before I got to APW, because like I could have been in a locker room where I was like super uncomfortable.
Yes.
In a locker room where they were not so much teaching me the wrong thing, but like, you know,
teaching you some of the wrong things.
Yeah. You know. And I feel like with APW, like from the jump, I've always felt like I was taken care of. Like, I never had that instance where I was like, you know, this is kind of iffy. I don't know if I'm comfortable. Like, no, from the jump, I knew that I was good.
That's good. So I got a question.
Uh-oh.
If you could pick Anybody for a dream match?
Ooh.
Or give me your top 5 at least.
God,
how about that?
Still difficult.
Well, I already know I'm in that top 5.
Period. Number 1.
Oh Jesus! I'm leaving the room.
Anybody. So, are we talking like me tagging
anywhere?
With are we talking
if you want to tag with somebody, if you want to,
whatever you want to do.
Jesus. Okay. God, that's so hard because I'm so into so many wrestlers. Okay, so for one,
men or women, I don't care. I mean, dream matches.
First person that I was gonna say, look, John Cena was my husband in my head for 16 straight years.
Oh no!
If I had any form of a match, like if I did a mixed tag with him, or
but you can't see him,
was near the ring while I was in the ring, like off rip, I'm like, yeah, that's it. He's there.
You can't see him though.
I was waiting for that fucking comment.
Hey, we have a special connection.
They were married, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he fucking lucky bastard, but you know.
To be honest, seeing him was not what I was worried about. That's neither here nor there. Okay, so Lita, Offred. I remember the moment that, because of course I love Trish Stratus, right? But she's Trish Stratus. Like, she was a heavy hitter in the business, history making, phenomenal female wrestler. But I loved Trish Stratus because she was that, and she was like because I like pretty things. But Lita was like the other side of me. If you can't tell from the red hair, I'm obviously a Lita fan. She was, because I was that I was just weird enough to not be cool, but just cool enough to not be considered weird. So I was like that kid that wore like the fishnet gloves, and I watched anime and listened to rock music and stuff like that. So I felt like personally I identified with Lita more. So if I ever had a match with Lita, dude.
I feel you. I mean that.
Dude. Like, she was, and then like when she was getting on the top rope and doing shit, and I was like, bro, this, first of all, this chick is fearless. Like, she is, and then, you know, she hit some snags, but she was still Lita though. Like, for me, any bump in the road that she may have had didn't mean a damn thing to me, because she was still like who I idolized as a wrestler. Jazz. Offer it. Anything that has to do with Jazz. If I can be in any space in the ring with Jazz, I yeah.
Have you ever met her yet?
No, but I'm friends with her on Facebook now.
I was gonna say, I think you and her would either be a really good tag team, or y'all would, you know, really do some good in the ring. I've known Jazz and Rodney for years. They're great people. I've worked with them, and
I don't even think that I could describe the sound that I made when it said that me and her were friends on Facebook. I immediately messaged my brother, and I was like, dude, guess who I'm friends with on Facebook? He was like, who? I was like, Jazz. He was like, Jazz who? Jazz. What?
The only Jazz you need to worry about, fool.
Like, Jazz, the Jazz. He was like, dude, that's lit. I know it's lit. That's why I'm telling you. Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's the year that I've been in the ring has been wild. A lot wilder than I thought it was going to be. Like, I already knew I was in with APW. I already knew the people there loved me. So I was like, okay, if I do a year just with APW, I'll be good to go. Like, I'm so good on that. That is something that I'll never feel like, oh, well, I could have done better, because APW is just up there for me. APW will always be on a pedestal for me.
Right.
But when I started getting booked in other states, I was like, okay, you know.
Yeah, I was fixing to ask you about that. I believe
it was when we were in Aubrey. There was a flyer out. A flyer that had you in Florida.
I did not see that flyer until you.
No, it was in Mississippi. I don't think it was Florida.
I didn't see that.
I think you told me it was Florida.
No, it was real close.
I don't know. I didn't read it. It wasn't like I read it. I mean, I saw her picture on her. That's all.
Because I got excited. I was like, I'm gonna go meet her, and you know, I'm gonna go meet her and tell her, hey, I'm Titanic's brother, that fucking retard that you deal with up there at Mariana. I'm the smart one. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. No, I was messing with him. I was like, man, that chick from your YouTube, the one from APW. I said, Nix. And he said, yeah. He said, what about her? And I said, she's on a show down here. Like, one of the guys that I've been talking to about doing some stuff with him, he's like, sends me a flyer. And I'm like, well, that's Nix. I'm like, I wonder if Carl knows she's coming. Like, maybe, I was trying to find a way to get him down here. I'm always trying to find a way to get him down here, but he don't ever want to come. He ain't got time. But I'm like, man, y'all can come down and eat some crawfish and we can go watch Nix wrestling. And he's like, no, dude, she's not going to be there. She don't even know nothing about it. And I'm like, well, fuck.
Yeah. I think that was a bit of a miscommunication because, like, when I say I didn't see the flyer until he sent it to me, I didn't even know that I was on the flyer.
Right. It happens. I've done that.
I had the flyer, I would have, promoted that and,
Right. It happens. I mean,
like, that you were booked here. And I was like, what? So when he sent me the flyer, I was like, damn.
I was like, that's pretty shitty of them, though, just to take her picture and throw her on there and be like, hey, we're having this chick here tonight. And
I've wrestled with them before. So, like, I figured once I got booked with them, if I was on the flyer, they would send the flyer to me to promote for them. Because if I'm going to be on your show and I'm on your flyer, I'll promote for you. Like, that's not an issue. But I just...
What's the name of the company? I think it's Diamond Championship Wrestling or something. Yeah, they're right. They're not in Florida.
I've wrestled with them in Florida before.
Right. They have a show. I think they do shows in Florida, but they're Pensacola, and then
I don't remember. I'm not going all the way back through our text messages.
It may have been Pensacola, that show. I don't know.
Yeah.
Dude, that's like 20 years of shit. I don't want to go back through that either.
And I felt really bad because I believe I was supposed to be going against Caitlin Black. That put her in a bad spot because I was supposed to be her opponent and I wasn't there. So, like, I felt really shitty about that because I was like, man, if I had just known,
right,
like, for sure that I was supposed to be there, then I would have been there. But I didn't know.
Yeah, I was hyped. I was like, man, that's cool.
And that was a bit of a drop. Then by the time I did figure out and I was trying to move some stuff around, like, I honestly didn't have the funds to get down there. Like,
I understand that shit. Gas prices too high.
So, yeah. It was just kind of one of those things. Hi, baby. Why are you naked?
Uh-oh.
My wife is throwing things.
Good morning.
Like, not mad, throwing things. She's just like throwing food in the freezer because the kids pissed her off.
Oh, okay.
Do you realize that it's like 100 degrees outside and you're wearing a long sleeve shirt?
It's probably like 60 in the house.
In the AC.
Do what?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 60 in the house. Sorry. I cut her off. Go ahead and say what you were saying, Nix. I'm sorry.
I'm not going out there. It's too hot. It feels like ass crack outside. I'm not going.
Amen. I'll tell you what. I heard something. I thought it was the storm because we're supposed. I'm right outside New Orleans, and we're supposed to be getting storms because there's like a tropical depression out in the Gulf right now that they gave like a 30% chance to develop, and it didn't do anything. So we're just getting a shit ton of thunderstorms and stuff right now. And so when I heard the noise, I thought the tree, because I've been cutting this 100-foot pine tree down in the backyard, I thought the other half of the tree fell.
Yeah.
And it fell on my fence because it sounded like it broke my fence. So I freaked out. I took off running because I thought, oh, fuck, the kid just let the dogs out back. Because Riley stayed at home with me. And so he's been taking care of the dog. So I'm freaking out because I've got 2 French bulldogs. And I'm like, I don't want to be chasing these motherfuckers down the road. Especially not back here in the swamp behind the house, because right here behind the house is the fucking swamp. And I'm like, I don't want my dogs getting ate by gators. So I run in there, and it's the wife putting the groceries and stuff away. And BG's in there. You know, we got 5 kids between me and my wife. She's got 3. I got 2. But there are babies, and our babies are in there fucking fighting. And apparently BG likes to fight. BG's me. He likes to throw hands. And he was throwing hands when he shouldn't be. So now he's standing in the corner until we get through podcasting.
That's hilarious.
Is that the nice one?
No.
Oh, so that's the one that hit me.
This is no, both of them will hit you. But when you say who's the nice one, the second born of any child is the no limit soldier who cares about nothing and no one. This is the no limit soldier.
Oh, okay.
Currently cranky because he just woke up from a nap. So.
No.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I need a nap after being up since 6 o'clock on a Saturday.
Hey, that was your fault, brother.
That's unfortunate.
You should have slept in. That's what I did.
I woke up and I could not go back to sleep.
I woke up last minute and started throwing pictures and stuff together for the show. I'm like, bro, I'm winging it. I'm doing it like we normally do it.
People are like, my phone's like, ding, 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 ding. Hey, send me the link. Send me the link. Send me the link. Send me the link.
And he can't even send the link because he don't know how to do that.
I just send him my YouTube channel link. That's all I can send you.
Yep.
So how did you get set up with Memphis?
So two people, I guess Dustin was looking for female wrestlers because he was trying to, build his women's division back up. Baby, you said you wanted to get down. I put you down. You get mad. What's good? What you want to do?
I know that struggle.
It's all right. I get the same way. Don't worry.
He does.
But yeah, so I guess he was looking for female wrestlers or whatever, and Gio and Precious both told him about me. So he reached out and invited me out to a training because he wanted to see, I guess, like how it worked and stuff like that. And apparently I did well because mama didn't raise no bitch. So
I love that.
So he booked me for one show. And I went to the taping. I did what I did, and he was like, dude, like, this is it. I was like, hell yeah, it is. So I've just kind of, and then he didn't know that I was here. So when they told him about me, he assumed that I was in Arkansas because that's where I do most of my wrestling. But when I told him that I'm here in Memphis, he was like, dude, what? Like, you've been right here? Yeah. Right here. Literally right here. So yeah,
I know I talked to him when I got there to Black Rock that day. I said, yeah. I said, that's my girl. I said, she's badass. You did the right thing putting her here.
Yeah. It was hot.
I'm still a promoter at heart, I promise.
Yeah.
It never goes away.
Hi, baby. Mommy's doing a podcast.
Who are you talking?
Who am I talking to?
That's the one that hit me. That's the one that hit me. That's the one that hit me.
That's the nice one.
I can't beat up no kid, Carl. Quit it.
I don't know. They're both short. I mean, compared to me.
I mean, I'm a villain, but I still can't beat up no kid.
Dude, he's never down, so you're not going to win that fight.
Well, the one that hit me was pretty stiff, so.
I feel like I just got challenged by a kid.
Yeah, that was definitely him. Baby, watch out. You ain't want to be around me all this time now, all of a sudden. Go play.
That's because you're on camera now.
Right? He said, Mama's
That's because you're on camera.
Yeah.
You're on camera. Now I need to be around you.
I feel like once they get older and stuff like that, I'm going to have at least one other wrestler in the house.
That's a possibility. That's usually how it works.
They already know how to take a bump. I taught them how to take a bump.
See,
girl.
We've got 5, and I'm just going to be straight up honest. My 2, they've been wrestling since they come out the womb because me and Carl been beating shit out of them.
Oh no!
Yeah, we've been.
Oh yeah,
my kid will take a damn chair shot and still stand there. Okay,
I'm dead.
Him and his brother will fight each other. They'll put on boxing gloves and go all damn day. They may be crying at the end of it, but they'll be fighting.
My dad used to give me and my siblings boxing lessons when I was young.
That's how if they fight and I put the gloves on and I say, hey, go. But now the older one, he wanted to wrestle. So I took him out in the yard and I was like, babe, how do you want me to do this? And she said, what do you mean? I said, well, do you want me to train him the right way or do you want me to give him the baby version? And she said, well, if he's going to do it, he needs to do it the right way. I said, all right, motherfucker, take a bump on that ground right there. I can't do it.
It's actually a lot easier than it sounds. It's really just like a mental thing.
Sometimes I'd rather bump on the ground in the ring, depending on what the ring is made of.
It is. It is a lot. It is a lot easier to do than because it's just something that we're just not accustomed to doing.
Right.
Now,
so what you get accustomed to.
Like if I were to slip and fall right now, I'd be fine. because I'm going to fall. Like,
oh, just let it go now. I could just let it go now.
Don't even
trust me.
Just go with it.
Trust me, my wife, I cracked my mother-in-law and him up. We went, my brother-in-law was getting married to his wife in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Mm-hmm. And it was fucking raining the whole time we were there. And so we were staying in like a cabin.
Oh, no.
And I had on slides. Oh. And I'm walking down these wooden steps. Mm-hmm. And I hit like the fifth one. And my feet just went out from under me. And so I did, I tucked my chin, did all that shit. I'm bouncing down these fucking steps, hit the concrete, and everybody's looking at me. You good? I said, I think I bruised a rib, but I'm all right. Like, got up and had this big ass bruise.
As long as you tucked your chin, it's fine.
Yeah, I didn't have head damage. That's all I was worried about.
Yeah.
I got enough head problems. I don't need no damn more.
Yeah, well, see. Yeah, I get that.
I will tell you this, and this just comes from my experience. The first time I ever took a bump outside the ring was in Osceola. I took a super kick from poker. Ooh. It was like my second match.
Oh.
And I hit the concrete. I'm like, oh, that ain't bad.
It's not so bad. Yeah.
Then I turn around and have to do a suplex, give a suplex on the gym floor. And I'm
that would have been softer than a damn concrete. The gym floor is kind
of no.
I didn't like talking to somebody that used to get thrown out of shit, thrown off of shit.
Yeah.
You know the shit I did. I mean, you remember the ladder match that we had.
Oh, it's TJ. Go.
I'm used to getting my ass kicked. It's no big deal. 20 years in this business, and I still love it.
So, you ready to go through a table?
Me? Hell yeah. I would honestly rather put a table, but if I gotta go through it, hold on. Hey, get your
honestly, go through what? A flaming table? Is that what she said?
No, that's a wrap. Mm-mm.
You ain't doing no flame?
Not right now. Baby steps. Baby steps.
You want some thumbtacks?
Everybody don't know how to do flaming tables, apparently. So, yeah, nah.
Damn, everybody's talked about Mickey Ray, huh?
That or the me and Shannon Lee incident where I
was you listening to Buster when he was on here?
Mm-mm.
Because he sure enough, we were talking about he brought up the night that Mickey Ray decided to use gasoline instead of the other stuff.
What I was talking about. No, indeed.
No, I ain't using gasoline. You rubbing alcohol.
I ain't doing nothing. Every time they try to get me to take anything like a flaming table, I'm like, I have a partner that does stupid shit like that. I don't do it.
See, I was the partner. I got the thumbtack flaming table, and I fell in love.
Well, baby steps. I have not done thumbtacks or tables or flaming tables. I do. On my bucket list, I really want to hit somebody with a kendo stick. I don't know why.
I'll volunteer.
Oh, I'll let you do that.
It'll make my back feel good. They don't hurt near as bad as everybody thinks.
Oh, well, I wanted to. I specifically, and this is kind of evil of me. It sounds very heel, but me and Kylo have like a love-hate relationship to where like he loves me and I hate him. So I really want to just it. I do.
I'll find you one.
It does work.
I want a no DQ match with Kylo Smiley, so I can just kick the crap out with no rules.
We got to talk to Buster. We got to make that happen when I'm there.
For sure.
I got to see that shit.
I'll make a phone call.
Get Buster back on the line. We booking this shit, kid.
Right.
Well, I tell you what, I know you got babies and I got babies, and I've been in here for 4 hours and 17 minutes now. So I hate to rush you off. It has been a blast getting to talk to you. I know Titanic's got to go pee. He's sitting up on the side of his bed there at his office. So I know that's the sign that he's got to go pee. And he just doesn't want to say nothing. But
no, I'm good. I'm good.
Lying ass. You drunk a bottle of water and half a Mountain Dew. But it has been a blast getting to chat with you, get to know you, just as it has been with everybody else. And of course, if you're ever down in Louisiana, my door is open. You're family now, so you're more than welcome anytime y'all need a place. I got an air mattress, couch, whatever you need. We got you. We'll hook you up. But definitely going to have to come up and meet everybody at APW. I'm looking forward to it.
For sure. Yeah.
But,
and let me know about your bookings.
Yeah. Once we get together, I promise I got you.
I definitely look forward to coming up and meeting everybody. And I look forward to more from you from the future. You have a lot of talent. You're on the right track.
Thank you.
And if you're looking for a mentor, Titanic is one of the best mentors you can find. I will say that. My brother is
Pushaw.
he doesn't want me to get all mopey on him because I could really talk about how amazing that asshole is, and he doesn't like it when I put him. He doesn't like it when I put him out there as a big-hearted guy, but he really is. And I feel like you're working with a good crowd. I feel like Buster and him got the right business sense for this, and so you guys are doing great work, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
And I look forward to more, and hopefully we can get some of them dream matches to happen for you somewhere down the line.
Absolutely. Gotta
I know Jazz retired, but maybe I can sweeten the deal and talk Papa Rodney into getting her out of retirement.
Ooh, don't say
we're gonna have to do some talking, Carl. We're gonna have to reach out to Rodney.
Oh yeah, well yeah, because Rodney's pretty easy to talk to. Just get Jazz to come on board.
Yeah. We'll have to get him to get Mama out of retirement.
I will spaz out.
If not, maybe her daughters will.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now. After talking to Rodney, Rodney's the soft one out of the bunch.
I know that for a fact.
Yeah. That's cool.
Jazz will put you on your ass quicker than shit.
I'm good.
She don't play.
I got something to cushion the fall, dude. I'm good.
There you go.
Hey, was you on the episode? Hey, was you on the episode today?
I don't know. Yes, I was.
All right.
Check it out.
I know what I'm doing. I'm going to go get something to eat and turn on the wrestling then.
Nick's was on Memphis Wrestling Day. So y'all check that shit out. Share the love of passion of pro wrestling. That's my catchphrase, and I can't even damn remember it. Share the passion of pro wrestling, guys. Go check out Memphis Wrestling, Memphis Championship Wrestling. I'm sorry, on YouTube. Nick's was on there today. Share that video. Get her some more views. Titanic's got videos of her. Share those. Get them some more views. She's fucking phenomenal. I know some people I'd like to see her work, and I'm gonna make a few phone calls to some friends and see what I can do because
I already told her I was going to wrestle her too.
I mean, if
I'm waiting on you.
I'll take an ass.
She can hit me. She can hit me as hard as she wants, and it ain't gonna hurt me. So
as long as I'm getting paid, I will fucking take an ass whooping. I don't give a damn.
As long as she don't kick me in the groin, we're good.
Yeah, that's rule number one. No dick kicks.
I'll aim a little higher. Yeah,
you can hit me in the belly all you want. I don't care.
Yeah, I can't feel that. I got enough padding there now. I'm catching up with Titanic.
Oh,
I got to get back in the gym, girl. After my wife
days in a row this week, and I'm feeling it. So yeah.
After my wife has her surgery in 2 weeks, we're planning on after she recovers getting back in the gym. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that.
Be like me. Be better than me.
I miss it, man. But thank you so much. It has been a blast getting to talk to you. And
Thanks for having me.
And thank you. This is a perfect way to close the show with such a beautiful, talented woman. And let a woman go out.
Oh God, that is. I promise you, she's not that innocent.
What do you mean?
Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. It don't matter if you're a man or a woman. Ain't no wrestler innocent. Okay.
Sure.
If you've been in a locker room or you've been around the wrestling business, you've either been around.
You know who most of the criminals are.
Some crazy shit, or some illegal shit. Okay. Okay, I mean, it's just the wrestling business. You either know where to find the drugs, you know who has the drugs, and I'm not going to use the other term, but you know where to find those two.
Right, yep.
Just saying.
Facts.
If you into that kind of into that kind of having fun, kinky shit, then you know where it's at, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Yes, my love.
20 years in this business, Carl, you can't tell me you still don't fucking know where it's at, brother. Come on.
I was the one sharing a bunch of the stuff.
Look, I about made her spit her soda out. She choked.
I think I was the one that invented the rattle, 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 rattle.
Oh my God. Mommy. Don't say that on the podcast.
Man, he says all kinds of dumb shit on here.
It's all right. We already had one guest pull out a blunt.
We did. We did. Santiago pulled out a blunt. It's medically prescribed. He said he pulled out a blunt. It's all good. I said, pass that shit my way, fool.
I'm dead.
Oh, and he was drinking. He was drinking. He came on at what, 1?
Yeah, he was on at 1 o'clock. He was day drinking.
1 o'clock and had already drinking. So
he had 2 Michelobs.
I mean, I was clock somewhere.
Right? See, I got a clock that says that.
Oh, well, see, then you know.
I love Margaritaville, baby. Every time we in Panama, that's where we eat. They got some fucking awesome margaritas.
I don't think I've ever been there.
We had to get together. My wife loves Panama. We'll have to take you down there with us sometime and show you a good time because it is fucking awesome.
I bet.
It is. I don't get in the beach much because I don't want to have to fucking wrestle a shark.
Yeah, I'm good on the sand part. Like I might dip my toes in.
Right. Yeah, that's me.
My love, what?
I'm good with the pull at the hotel.
Yeah, because last time I tried to step in the ocean, I started sinking down to my knees.
Yeah. We were a mile offshore. Of course, there was a hurricane out there.
It was real soft, and and the tide was out, and we walked about a mile out, and we just stood there. And all of a sudden, I'm like, dude, I look over,
and he's shorter than he already was. I'm like, fuck, the ocean done took him away.
I don't think that was a good investment. I don't think that was I think that was a good idea.
That's not the fun I was looking for.
Yeah.
Every time I tell my wife I ain't getting in the ocean, though, she gets pissed at me. I'm like, I'm not wrestling the sharks. She's like, but you'll wrestle an alligator or a crocodile. And I'm like, well, that was my job.
That's different.
That was my job. Like, I could grab them by the mouth and
hold them.
You what?
He brought one home.
Why would you do that?
Because
he had a pond in his backyard. Yeah. It's okay. You didn't live there no more. You left the alligator there too.
Snitch.
So they don't know where you're at.
There was 3. Look, the day we moved out, there was 3 alligators in that fucking pond, just so you know. And I only put 1 there. So, tell me where the other motherfuckers came from.
Homies, he was like, hey, bro, I found a new spot. And then the other ones came.
Right.
Okay.
I guess. I mean, the one I put there was a female. So I'm wondering if a male found her and another male found him, finding her, and they were fighting because they were bigger than her. So they were the males. But
I wonder if the annoying dog ever found the annoying dog.
I wish they would have. That fucking dog never shut up.
No.
I'll tell you what, though. I worked in the alligator farm for a little while, and I loved it. Wrestling alligators was fun as hell. You can hold your mouth shut, so I'm safe.
That part of wrestling to you.
Okay. I ain't wrestling no fucking bear, though. Them people back in the old days was crazy.
I'm good on that, too. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that shit. I ain't wrestling no bear. I ain't wrestling no shark. No. And you never know what's in the bottom of the fucking ocean that's going to come up and bite you on the ass. So I ain't going in that bitch. My wife's like, let's go on a cruise. I'm like, I've watched too many of them fucking Megalodon movies.
Okay, so the one and only cruise that I've ever been on, right? Why was that the main featured film that they were playing?
Are you fucking kidding me? Was it really?
Do that.
What the fuck's wrong with these people?
And Titanic.
I mean, look,
I wouldn't be playing Titanic on a fucking ship because I ain't going down with it.
I want to go on the new Titanic that they built. I want to go on it because I figured it would be over. Titanic on the Titanic.
Like that's cool and all. Like I hear that. That's great for you. I'm doing that though.
You on your own, motherfucker.
I'm just not gonna do that. Like
that bitch gonna sink like the first one. You on your own.
I'm a gangster. I got some thug in me. I don't have that much though. I'm not doing that.
I'll be down on the street corner at Bourbon. You have fun on your fucking Titanic, bro. I'm gonna have a drink.
I will be here to tell your story.
Right.
We'll appreciate that.
You, bro. We got you back. We'll be here on the fucking land, but we got you back. I'll be at Bourbon, at Wet Willie's, or at the Hustler Club, or wherever the fuck they got the drinks that night, and some good fucking gumbo or jambalaya or something. But I ain't going on no fucking ship.
I'm gonna play My Heart Will Go On specifically for you.
I told you. That's my girl right there. I'm telling you.
I love it.
I got you. I might sing it.
Thanks for coming on.
That is great. I love it. Thank you so much, Nick.
Thank y'all for having me. Whenever y'all do this again, hit me up.
We'll have to have you back on again.
Hey, do you want to promote your little stuff that you've been making?
Oh, my resin stuff, dude. There's a lot of it. Okay, hold on. Before my phone.
Oh, I've seen some of that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I've been sharing it whenever she posts it. So
Now, are you selling it or are you just making it for yourself?
So like I posted like this really huge sale because I'm reopening my business, but I don't have the space to reopen my business. So like this is a little pyramid thingy that I made. It's like a landscape type deal. Let me see if I can get better lighting on it. It took me a few weeks to make it because you have to like pour it in layers and stuff. But this is probably one of my favorite pyramids that I've done. This one, Lord have mercy, Jesus, that's heavy. This one is a painting that I did.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So
turn it just a little bit more. There you go.
Wow, that's fucking phenomenal.
Thank you.
You need to come to New Orleans and sell it to Square. You would make bank.
I mean, shoot, I should. My dad is from New Orleans, so like I have people down there.
I got a couple of friends that do that. They sell it to French Market and at the Square. And let me tell you, when tourists are down here and they are drunk, they are free with their money. Shit. They be walking around with artwork under their arm, and I'm like, man, I need to get in this business, and I ain't got no artistic talent.
I mean, I didn't think I did either until I got into resin. This is a great business.
That is gorgeous.
Yeah, you know, a little razzle dazzle.
Talented in the ring, talented out of the ring. What the hell?
I'm just trying to be great. That's all.
Well, there you go.
Oh, also, Nyx has some new keychains that she's about to start selling. I made some keychains too, so you know.
So are you going to be putting it on my table to make it easier for me, so I can sell it for you?
So yeah, I got these little doohickeys right here. It'll be going on sale soon.
That is cool.
Too, but these are like the main ones. So. Yep.
Awesome.
Got some cool stuff coming. I also have autograph stuff coming. So, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'll have to get an autographed 8x10 and put it up here in the office with the rest of them.
I got you.
We got to make that happen.
She knows somebody.
She knows somebody. Who, you?
Like he has like a podcast too. I don't know if y'all know him or whatever. And then he has like a whole YouTube thing. I think he posts my videos too. So, yeah. You should.
She knows the guy.
She knows the guy? Well, she knows a real guy now, so it's okay.
What, baby?
I could be even meaner, but I won't. We could.
I know. I mean, that's just how we are.
But it has been great. I know we've tried to get off here several times, and we just keep going because that's how fucking awesome it has been today. You guys have been really great guests, all of you, especially you, and man, thank you so much. We really are going to get off here this time. My wife says I got to go. We got to go to fucking Walmart, my least favorite place in the world.
Listen to your wife. Don't get killed.
Yeah, anything to make mama happy. That's how it works.
Yep. Period.
See the boss.
Mm-hmm.
She don't like it. I fuck with her and her mom and the kids all the time. I'm like, I'm just a house bitch or the driver. And the kids are catching on, and they were in the car.
It's all right. He's always been the driver for me, though.
Right? I've always been this motherfucker's driver. But we were sitting. I was sitting here earlier, and she was telling me. She said I was in the car with the kids the other day. She said, and I said something, and one of the kids said, "Don't you know he's just the driver?" And BG said, "Yeah, I know. Daddy's just the driver." And the other little one said, "He's also the boss."
Oh.
And I'm like, no, I'm just the driver in the house, bitch. Like, I'm not the boss. Like, y'all are in charge. I'm just.
We're going to call you the other thing.
I was too. That's what I thought. I was like, he's fixing to bust out the B word to mom.
Right.
And I'm going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
It's all right. She walked in on him this morning saying it, but it wasn't the two little ones. It was the older ones. So that was on them. That wasn't me.
Yeah.
But my kids is ridiculous, girl. You got to meet them.
Oh, my kids will beat you up. This is just a fair warning.
Hey.
Yeah, no shit.
Start playing with them, it will not stop.
It's all right. That's the same way mine are. Riley and BG especially. Ask Carl about my little BG's drop kick to his back. Remember that shit? He drop kicked you so hard you fell out the bed.
Oh no.
Yeah, they don't care about old people.
Neither do mine.
It's elderly abuse. But
we're gonna let you go so you can deal with the babies.
Yeah, because now I'm getting yelled at.
Oh, I understand. Much love. Thank you.
All right. Thank y'all for having me. Y'all have a good rest of your day.
Thank you for coming on YouTube.
You too.
Dude, I've had a blast. We made
4.5 hours,
33 minutes. But I got to go. The wife is hollering, so there's not gonna be.
I'm getting hungry. So yeah, I'm getting hungry.
If I hear from anybody else, we'll come back on and do some more today. If not, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Continue sharing the passion of pro wrestling. We're out of here. Fuck it. We're done. It's been a great day.